Welcome back, everyone. This is Akanar here with more blueprints. We are on to day 34. Let's continue. Last draft was a lot of fun. We made some great discoveries, some of which we already knew. We were able to fully defrost the freezer, and an interesting letter there that did have mostly old information, unfortunately, regarding safes and dates. But we also did get to read Her Ladyship's diary for the first time. And also, it did not include information that I was hoping for, such as a way to decode this hidden secret language that we know exists around the estate. But it did give us some interesting intel on some rooms that we could potentially call it a day in eventually. Let's check and see first here what we have for our items. We do have our key card because we always try to call it a day in the break room, which I'm too addicted to doing. It's so good, right? But we also have a couple more items from our moon pendant. We're starting the day with both a silver spoon and a self-igniting torch. All right, so the torch is probably not the most useful of items, especially when we're not going to be drafting a freezer today. We already got the benefit of that, and we are starting with a very nice gem and coin or gold count. And apparently it's the last day for our blessing of the gardener. The 8 courtyards are going to be leaving our pool after today. So yeah, that's how our draft is going to be starting. But the other thing that I did do last time is I did open the door for the audience to provide me with some nudges, to kind of give me a little bit of a helping hand. I feel like we are finally at that stage of the playthrough where I am comfortable with a little bit of guidance from the audience. Just a little bit of direction to say, hey, maybe you should go take another look at this particular room, or focus on this particular room, or maybe think about this room in a different light. And one of those rooms that I received a nudge on is the clock tower, if I can find it here. The clock tower is a room that we've been to many times, and in fact now it's commonplace, so we're going to be seeing it even more after adjusting its rarity in the conservatory. But I wonder if there's like a very it does seem as though there is something that I've been missing with this, based on the very vague guidance that I got. It was a very carefully worded nudge that I don't remember exactly how it was phrased, but essentially it got me to think that the clock tower, take another look at it, but also maybe think about it in a different way. And I started having the idea that my first harebrained idea was, okay, the clock tower, we know there's supposed to be a sanctum key, but we haven't got the sanctum key to appear yet. And I've been thinking that it was just basically a random chance event, that we just need to draft the clock tower a certain amount of times, and eventually, instead of getting either gold or an antique silver stopwatch or a compass, I think is the other item that we've had appear in the clock tower, that eventually we'll get lucky and the super rare sanctum key will show up. But maybe there's more to it than that. I started thinking to myself, that what if there is a relationship between the direction that you draft the clock tower. This was the first wild idea I had. So I thought, oh, maybe the item is different if you draft the clock tower to the right versus a day where you draft it downward. You know, I started thinking along that line, and I thought maybe we just haven't drafted in the right direction, facing the right way. But it does turn out that all of the times that we've drafted the clock tower, we've drafted it enough times, 7 different times, where we have seen all the different orientations. I don't remember exactly what days here that we had it on, maybe 23, or was it 13? It is on 23, and it's faced to the left here. And I think we also got it on day 13, where it was facing to the right. We've drafted it up, down, left, and right. We've done all 4 directions that you can for the clock tower, and no sanctum key. So that idea got thrown by the wayside, but it made me start thinking, and as I was actually reviewing my footage to see what items were in the clock tower on particular days that we drafted it, and as I was doing that, I remembered this bit that we've got about the sacred hour. Access to Mount Holly's clock tower has always been heavily restricted, which might explain why maintenance has been unable to mend the perpetually halted clock face. a testament to the unchanging winds of the sacred hour. I forgot totally about this flavor text, and as I was reviewing my footage, I realized, because then I started thinking, well, wait a second, the clock tower. What if we have to draft the clock tower at a particular time? We do know that there is a concept of time, which is already ticking away here on our day 34. But the concept of time does exist. It's not something that I've religiously kept track of at all. But I am conscious of the fact that there's clocks in most rooms in the house that are reminding you of the time. And I wondered, do we need to draft the clock tower at 1:30? And then I thought to myself, that might be kind of hard to do. Even though it's a commonplace, you still have to get it offered in the pool of your items, or at least need to have enough re-rolls to be able to quickly go re-roll through various draws in your draft offerings to until you see the clock tower show up, and then be able to take it right around the time that the clock in real time is striking 1:30. I started to think, well, maybe I've overcomplicated that a bit. I don't know for sure because I haven't been able to test any theories yet because we haven't been drafting. And then I wondered if maybe the idea is just draft the clock tower and then wait around for 1:30. What happens when 1:30 strikes the clock, or whatever the phrase may be? When 1:30 rolls around, if you are in the clock tower at that time, because there is, I saw it in my footage, one of the clock faces on one side of the clock tower does not move, but the others are. So what happens when you actually reach 1:30 and all the clock faces line up together? I'm curious to find out. So that's what's on my mind in regards to the clock tower. We won't pick up our gold just yet, just because we already have 74, and maybe we do laundry room stuff. But let's start making our way out to the grounds, and we're gonna draft our outer room. The other rooms that are on my there are a few other rooms that are on my agenda or on my mind here. Some of the, I think there was a nudge to kind of revisit the cloister, think a little bit more about stuff we have found in the cloister. Also, I'm going to quickly check my notes here that's right, the secret passage, apparently. There was a little nudge that I got to revisit the secret passage, which was very surprising to me. We've been in there before, and I've looked around thinking, have I missed something in the secret passage? It doesn't feel like one of those rooms, but maybe we'll check that out if we get that offered. It is unusual rarity. And then apparently there is still more in the tomb. There is still more in this gosh darn tomb. Even though we finally found the long lost diary key, there's still more to do in the tomb. We know from her ladyship's diary that if we call it a day in, which room was it? I might have to go back review the notes from her ladyship's diary, but there was a room in one of the bedrooms that we could call it a day in, the bunk room, that's what it is. If we call it a day in the bunk room, apparently there's like a flower that appears out in the tomb. I don't know exactly how that's supposed to work, but it's interesting enough where we will want to try it someday. There's supposed to be more in security. I haven't quite yet figured out exactly what there's supposed to be in security. I had an idea, a wild harebrained scheme last time that I tried that didn't work out. So we'll see where all that goes. Also, I would say the biggest clue for me the biggest nudge maybe still, it's not the biggest nudge, but it is a pretty big one. That I finally, we had in the library, of course, where is the library here, if I can find it? A new clue has given us lots of information, but there has also been stuff in a new clue that I hadn't quite made sense of yet, including this low case clue. The idea that rooms like the patio, the pantry, the nook, and the office contain a quote-unquote low case clue. And I had in my mind that this was meant something is, going to the Nook, I needed to look low to the ground. That I needed to check for something on the floor, or do the same thing in the pantry. Try to find something that's on the ground, or in one of the lower cupboard spaces. And then there was a nudge that was left a while back that I hadn't read yet, but I was reminded that it was there if I needed it. And I went back to check an older video, and the nudge was, how else could you interpret low case? How else might low case be interpreted? And I didn't get it right away. I did not understand exactly what the nudge was trying to get me to remember right away. And then it finally dawned on me. I finally had the realization that maybe it's not low case, but lowercase. There are notes in each of these rooms. The parlor, not the parlor, but the pantry, the Nook, the office, and the last one is the patio. There are notes in each of these rooms. And I did see on one of the screenshots that I took from my notes from, I think from the Nook, there is a lowercase word that is on this note. The black note that we saw before with the magnifying glass, where there's a billiard room sketch and some other information, but there is on the note itself, there is, I think, one lowercase word. And that's all that I didn't even register what the word was. I just noticed in my notes, I noticed that there was a lowercase word, and I had like an aha, an off-camera aha. Let's wait for the next recording session to really, because I think I could go through each of my notes, and maybe we could do that here on camera if we wanted to, but I think it would be more fun to just draft the rooms naturally and go back there if we can. We'll see about the patio. The patio is a little bit harder to get our hands on, but the pantry, the office, and the Nook, we might be able to go back to naturally and see what, if any, lowercase words exist on the notes in those places. Okay, enough. I had a little bit of an extra windup that I needed to take care of in order to get our day off on the right foot. And now we can finally draft. We need to have a game plan before we go into the draft. I think maybe I jump to the draft a little too soon sometimes, or I get so quickly into here's how we draft and make the best possible layout in the house that we possibly can, which is important. Drafting is important, but keeping the big picture in mind about what are your overall goals and what are you looking for, so crucial as well. And thanks to the help from you all in the audience, it's good. We're going to get there. It's just a matter of time. Okay, I am very excited to see a schoolhouse. I don't want a shrine. We've got a shrine buff still for another day. I don't want to see a root cellar. I want a schoolhouse. We have so many gems. It is time to draft some classrooms. Let's get a schoolhouse in here. And we now know that the existence of items in the schoolhouse is a thing, and so we will check immediately to find. We get lucky again here by getting a broken lever, our second broken lever, I think, that we found in the schoolhouse. So that is fantastic. I don't think there's anything, I'm not sure, who knows? There could still be a clue on this note from the schoolhouse that I have missed. There are some like handwritten notes, closing address, better joke to end, remember to give Mrs. Peterson her gift. Are those clues somehow, if we interpret them in the right way, or if we put the words in the right order, or even the letters, rearrange the letters in the right order? All right, within a timely manner. I wonder, is that a clue? Is that a clue about the clock tower and the sacred hour? Okay, so we're off to our draft here now. Finally, we can settle in and figure out how we're going to do things here. Because we want schoolhouses or classrooms, I should say. We have a schoolhouse. We want classrooms, and also this is great that we get the. We're probably going to get a second chance at a library. 2 chances at a library we're hoping to get today, because the library gets offered so much more often with a schoolhouse. So then, does that mean that I want to start to one of the sides of the entrance hall, I might do that. I really do like... If we can still draft, I think, the top of the entrance hall, because even if we get... We want to get library plus bookshop. That is still the other really big drafting wish list item that we want to see happen. There is a library. Okay, we're going to take that. Just get that natural library out of the way, because we want as many chances at a bookshop as we can. And we're just going to do that right now, I think, right? We have all the resources that we need, other than dice, right? It could be that you would want to try to get your hands on a Geist bedroom first, so that you can re-roll as many times as possible with your library. That could be a thought here. Why don't we do that? Let's draft, instead of drafting through the library right away, let's draft at least the door to the left in the entrance hall. We can see where that gets us. And then maybe we'll draft the door on the right-hand side as well. There is a coat check. Our common coat check showing up here right off the bat. We have our key card, if at any time that we need to go, and 3 keys as well. So if we have to go back, as we've done before, and go to the foundation in order to fill in the rest of our base, not our base, but draft through the rest of the house, we can do that. I think it's between the coat check and the classroom, because the storeroom gives us resources that we're already very healthy on. Coat check versus classroom. It's probably the case that you're just supposed to, like, the classrooms allow you re-rolls. I'd love to use some of those re-rolls in the library, but we want to stack just as many classrooms as possible, right? If we're going to get to grade 8 or maybe even grade 9, theoretically, if that exists, we need as many classrooms as we can get. I do want a coat check, but it's commonplace now. There's a good chance that we're going to see it again in the not too distant future, so we don't have to feel too bad about skipping it. I think I will take the classroom. Let's take that here, and I think we even continue in this direction, but we could just draft the entrance hall. It might be fine just to draft all 3 rooms out of the entrance hall and just see where that gets us. Like, I would be okay with a dead end here, right? A coat check on this side, or a Geist bedroom on this side of the entrance hall would be acceptable to me. Let's see what we get. Instead, we probably take a hallway. I do want to see the pantry. I do want to get to the pantry so I can see about our lower case clue. And we know that the observatory is a very powerful room now with so many stars, but I kind of like the idea that the hallway gets us that extra door over to the right-hand side, and it's a key, which is good. I think I just take the hallway. And then where will we draft from there? Let's take the hallway, and we will draft. We'll wait to get the key there. Let's not forget about it, but we will draft through the classroom next. We'll steer away from the library door. I'll take the apple here. Oh, that's right. We have silver spoon. I forgot about that. I was thinking, like, do I wait for my farmer's apple? But we have a silver spoon already, so good enough. Good enough. I think I did do some off-camera sleuthing regarding these colors, or did I? I might not have actually focused on the colors. I think I might have focused on the... Did I figure this out? Let me quickly check my notes. This was a while ago. I was just looking over what we had done in the classroom, but the thing is, the coloring worksheet here has a couple sigil cores on it, and that is, if we're thinking about a puzzle that's going to be solved, then knowing the color that goes with the sigils is important, right? You want to know the color that's associated with them, because that's going to help you figure out the eventual sigil that you need to input down in the inner sanctum. So I had put a little bit of thought into this color worksheet, but I don't remember exactly what I came up with. It looks like I have it still as a to-do here to figure out the exact flag color, so we'll keep that as a to-do for now, because it's not until we get Realm and Rune. Like, that's where I keep holding off on really devoting serious mental energy to figuring out sigils until we have our hands on Realm and Rune. Maybe that's a mistake. I don't know if I should do that or not. Okay, this is unfortunate. The classroom's not pointing the way that we want it, but we do have 3 redraws. And I think I want to do that because I don't want to settle for a corridor here. I'd much rather have either a classroom that points to the left or a 3-way room that points to the left. And with 3 redraws, this is where we use the benefit of the classroom to help get us a room that feels much better. Okay. Could take a reading nook here. That would allow us, no matter where the library points, we would be able to draft out of it. We could potentially miss out on the lower left-hand corner. And I don't like missing out on corner rooms because those are chances at the conservatory. So do I take the reading nook or do I settle for... I don't love taking the den here because we don't really need another gem. If anything, I might just take the bedroom and hope for a nice little extra item in there. I also wouldn't mind taking another look at Baron's Bafflers because I have had, I think I have had like an idea on one of the clues on Baron's Bafflers. That could be fun to look at again for a little bit. I think I will take the reading nook though, because we also want to look at the note regarding our lowercase clue. So this, I think, is going to be a reading nook. I think we take that here. Now I just need to think about, like, with last time we took a different approach than what I normally do. I normally am just like, let me keep drafting the direction that I'm going so I save steps. But last time we saved, we waited to draft her ladyship's chamber until we had as many dice as possible, as many rerolls as possible. So I'm wondering if we want to do the same thing with the reading nook into library, just wait as long as possible before, because I think the way this works, the reading nook says you will always draw library while drafting in this room. Have we ever re-rolled in the reading nook? Have we ever spent a die in the reading nook? I'm just thinking about, like, would I ever want to re-roll to point the library in a different direction so I can draft all the rooms in the house? That's probably that'd probably be a waste of a die. It'd be much better to save the die for drafting in the library where you can re-roll for the bookshop. We will keep drafting through the reading nook. I'm not going to wait in this instance to try to get more dice or any dice. I'm not going to wait to do that. But first, we will check the note because, aha, look at this. I think it was the nook that I actually saw. I might have said this already, but when I was checking my notes, I was just glancing at the note here. It finally popped in my head. Oh, wait, lowercase, what if it means, what if lowercase means lowercase? And I just glanced at the note and I saw this word here is lowercase. And I didn't even like write it down or think about what the word was. I just noticed that it was lowercase. The word is beside. Okay. Now the notes, I think the note that was in in a new clue had the rooms in a particular order, which I have noted here. I think it said patio, nook, office, and pantry. I mean, there's only 4 words here, so we're probably going to be able to figure out what the word is, or I'm sorry, what the phrase is by rearranging the words. Hopefully it's not going to be too hard to figure out with 4 words only to rearrange, but we'll put beside, I think, is the second word. If nook is, it goes patio, nook, office, pantry, nook being the second word, beside. Okay, there's our first lowercase clue? Question mark? Let's draft through the reading nook. Okay, the library does point downward, which is kind of what I wanted. This is fine. Although, at the same time, like, you know, we don't want to draft a conservatory down here now. We'd much rather have a We'd much rather have the bookshop. I think we'll go ahead. We'll still take the library though, and we will draft it now. I think that's what I said I was going to do. I'm not going to wait for dice in this instance. And I'm also not sure yet if I'm going to fill out. I guess it doesn't hurt to, well, it does maybe delay if you fill out this request form with a book that you've already read. It does, you know, if you were to get the bookshop later, like if we got this bookshop in another, in this other library, although I think probably this other library has a request form instead of a book. I'm not sure. Did we request anything last time? I'm going to leave it blank for now. I don't think it matters. But we are going to draft this. Excuse me, clearing my throat here. We are going to draft this room right now, correct? Overthinking like I always do. Pondering like I always do. We do have so many steps, it wouldn't be a big deal for us to just wait and come back here later when we do have dice. Especially because it's right near the entrance hall. And we got a silver spoon as well. Why don't we do that? There's no rush here. There's no rush for us to draft the bookshop right away. Let's just leave that and let's go get a bunch of dice. If we can get our hands on as many dice as possible, we give ourselves as many shots at a bookshop as possible. That's how you're supposed to play this, right? You play the game in a, well, what I think is a smart way. I don't know if it's a smart way or not. I might be overthinking it. But we're going to leave the library doors for now and see if we can continue our draft in other directions. See, there we go. We get a conservatory anyways, and we take that out of the pool of items that would be offered down at that other library. That's one more shot, just a little bit better odds at a bookshop. I think that's how we're going to play this. Okay, conservatory, and we will keep on drafting. Don't have a shovel yet. And, oh, wow, okay, we get to actually change the rarity on a patio if we want. Should we just make this commonplace? Because we're trying to get our hands on that clue again. I have a screenshot of it though. Like if we don't draft a patio today, we can always check my notes. I can always just do a little screen capture and show you all my notes, which I've done before. So, okay, the patio, the terrace is also standard. And the maid's chamber is unusual. I don't really feel like changing the rarity on any of these, if I'm being honest. Maybe you can make the maid's chamber just rare. Do we care about seeing the maid's chamber? I suppose we care in that it helps us activate our crown when we have our hands on a crown. So I kind of just leave. I think I want to leave these all. The terrace is not that thrilling of a room to me anymore. We've kind of like, especially, it just feels like so many days we get a ton of gems. We've powered up our runs and our drafts now to the point where we're just not starved for gems in most cases. So the terrace doesn't feel like, and it's also a little finicky in that you have to draft it from the side onto the wing. So I don't think I change any of these. I don't think I change them. We can come back to this later if I change my mind, but we are going to leave those rarities in place for the moment, and we will keep on drafting up the east wing. Okay. Okay. I want to leave this space open next to the library because we need to draft out of it. So I think I take the chapel in this case, just so we can keep drafting away from everything else. I want to take a pantry, I want to take an observatory, but the chapel, it is here. If we had our crown, we could probably re-roll, take another shot at getting a different room, but the chapel's fine. Nothing wrong with the chapel. There's still a bunch of gold in the entrance hall if we need it. Not that that interferes with, not that that changes how we navigate through the chapel. I'm just reminding myself of that fact. We've picked up both of the keys that I had left in other places, so I'm not forgetting about any keys. Let's continue drafting. Classroom? Classroom. Because we have lots of redraws now. The conservatory gave us another one. We have 2 more from the libraries that we drafted. There's so many redraws that we're going to get with this classroom. We're going to get a room that points us in the directions that we want to go into the rest of the house. So classroom, boom. And on to grade 2. Now this is the one. Oh no, this is the math worksheet. I don't think we need to figure out the math worksheet because I feel like we know how to do the colored math. That I might be overlooking something there, but I think we know all we need to know regarding grade 2. So let's keep going. Let's keep going. I always get to this stage in a draft. I always get to this stage where I'm just starting to have so much fun. And it's kicking in for me. When you really get that draft, you start getting it on its rails. It's not on rails yet. We still have a lot of interesting decisions to make in this draft, but we're moving the train in the right direction. I don't think I'm going to settle for a workshop here. I want to get at least an elbow that points upward. And ideally, a 3-way room, or a 4-way room if I had to settle for it, but a 3-way room that points me left and up. That's my ideal. I could go with a workshop, you know, it would be okay, but that does limit my options from this direction. We always have the foundation to go to, though. But when I have 7 redraws, I feel like I don't settle. I don't have any inventions that I'm dying to make today. So I'm going to redraw. Classroom, but it's pointing in the wrong direction. Don't want it going that way. And I don't want to dead end myself here. I do want dice, but I don't want to dead end myself yet. So this is a redraw. Use your redraws when you have them. Okay, courtyard's not really pointing in the right direction. I don't want to settle for any of these, actually. We don't really need the parlor when you got 26 gems. But an elbow that points upward, I still have 5 redraws, though. That's the thing. I don't have to settle yet. When we get down to maybe 2 redraws left, we can be a little more... We can think a little bit more about it. But let's keep redrawing. Let's keep... Gosh, these are not going in the right direction. Not going the way I want them. Commissary would be okay. Commissary would be decent because we have lots of coins to spend. Am I settling, though, if I take the commissary? Because usually the commissary is a supplier of gems. And we still probably want gems. But we got 26 of them. I got 4 redraws. This is why we draft classrooms, so we don't have to be... We can afford to be a little bit more picky. This could be dumb, but I'm going to take the risk. Ooh, so there's a classroom that points us in the right direction. And so now I think I take that. I think I will settle for a classroom. I want that code check. But classroom, the redraws, man, you don't have to settle. So now we could really hope to get like a cloister or a 4-way room. A passageway, right? A passageway, we made common again, didn't we? I'm going to take the classroom here. I believe we made the passageway common. We moved it back to common, and it's been axed. And so that's what we want. How have I not seen it offered yet? It's because we have so many classrooms in the pool. That's why. There are so many classrooms. But we have taken out the libraries. The libraries are no longer in the pool. So eventually we're going to start seeing some passageways. Well, a passageway. Now this one, the periodic table, grade 3, I think I did finally figure out this pun. Or it's not a pun, but the word puzzle here. H2O in a liquid state is called water. H2O in a solid state is called ice. And then I at one point did figure out what it was in a gaseous state. Can I remember? Can I remember the realization that I had? Do I remember what I had figured something out before? Did it involve, was it, what did it, man, I had this, I should have noted this. Did I actually note it? Maybe I did. Hold on, let me check my floor plans document, check the classroom, grade 3. Did I make note? I don't think I noted this. I was like, oh, I'll never forget what I figured out. I'll never forget this. Immediately does not remember. Shit, I know what this is. I got it. It is Steam. That's what it is. STEAM. H2O in gaseous state is called steam. Is that important? Does that actually help us in some way? I feel like it probably does. So I will make note of that here if in my notes for once. What is it? Water, ice, steam. Exclamation mark. Okay. That has been noted. I don't know exactly how that's going to help us in any particular puzzle in the house, but we'll find out. We'll see. We shall see exactly where we end up with classroom puzzles. The classroom puzzles. This puzzle I think have figured out. Science is fun. Fluorine, uranium, nitrogen, 992, 7. Like my overcomplicating brain wants to bring this in as some sort of solution to something. We'll see how we go. Let's continue drafting because we get so many rerolls when we're drafting from the classroom. Is this a spot where I use one of those rerolls? The dormitory would be an interesting room to have on your estate today because we're going to have so many drafting rooms that we've added, but we don't want to put it here. But I also don't know that I want a den. I kind of want a room that's going to point, if I get a T-shaped room, I want it to point left and right. So we're going to redraw here. Let's redraw. We got 8. The other reason to redraw is that, you know, you get shots at the rarer rooms that you want to see. You get a chance at those. We're going to redraw here. I don't want to coat check in this spot. I'd like to see that crown, maybe, but not here. And once again, I don't really want a workshop. I want some T-shaped rooms that point me to the left and the right. Where are my I have 8 courtyards that are supposed to be in this gosh dang pool. 6 redraws. That's how you find them. Okay. I think I will settle here for the den because it's the way that I want it. It's a gem as well, which is fine. And it drafts the way that I want to go because I want to get through the rest of rank 3 if we can do it. Fill out our base like a responsible drafter. Also, going into the den, we can remind ourselves, oh shit, we're at the sacred hour. Well, now is when we should draft. We should draft to the right and get ourselves a clock tower, right? This is where we get a clock tower. Dang it. I saw break room and I thought, oh, that's a patio though. We only get the 2 gems, but that's fine. I think I take a patio here just to check that off our list of rooms. It's pointing in the right direction. And we're going to have our low case clue that we get to check out. So let's take the patio. We won't go there just yet. We'll remember to come back to it, but we're going to continue drafting over here. Now, I don't think I would take a clock tower here next to on this side of the den, but I could take an office because that points me down to rank 3. And that's fine, I think. I think that's fine. And also the office could have a low case clue in it. I got to remember that. I was just thinking about the gold and I'm like, you know, we got so much gold already. The office spreading gold doesn't matter. But the office is a terminal that would get us. We could either do experiments or we could do security room and give ourselves a lot more security doors. But I'm feeling pretty good about our key situation. Keys feel like we're on the right track, so I think I would do an experiment. Let's take the office and do experiments. And also check our low case clue. Let's actually do that first. Let's do the low case clue thing because there are actually 2 notes here. Aha. Because I had thought, I was like, I don't remember, there's 2 different notes, right? And I don't remember there being a lowercase word on this March of the Count note. And so I was in my mind, I wasn't totally sure. I was starting to doubt that I was on the right track, except there are 2 notes here. And sure enough, West. It's been so, I think I might have, like the first day the first day that we drafted the office, whenever that was, I think I might have noted the fact that, this one is different handwriting. I know at some point I made note of that. And now it makes sense. The office, let's go back to my notes here, but the office is third. So it's the third word in our sequence. West, beside west. Something beside west, something. We need 2 more words. We need our pantry and we need our nook. We have a nook. We just haven't looked in there yet. No, wait a second. It's the patio. We've looked in the nook. The nook is where we got beside. The patio is our first word, and we can just look over there and spend 4 extra steps, but we'll do it in all due time. We will get around to it here. It's all in, everything in its proper place and proper time. The first thing we do, though, the next thing we do, I should say, is log into the network so we can do our various network activities, including special ordering a magnifying glass, which I think we will still do. I think I said it last time. We're keeping the special order on the magnifying glass until we really are sure we don't need it or anything. So let's do that, and then let's do laboratory experiments. Because who doesn't love a good laboratory experiment? Get logged into the laboratory and see what our options. I'm looking for dice. That's really what I want from my laboratory experiment. I would love to get dice. I'm just going to look at the right-hand side and see, no dice. The effects that we are offered are gain 1 star, add 3 aquariums to today's draft pool, or gain 1 key for every 2 hallways in your house. We already have 1 actual hallway that we've drafted, and that's it. The effects, the causes are immediately, while drafting if you draw a drawing room floor plan, or for each bedroom you draft after your second. Okay. Immediately. These are not super exciting. It's probably... We're going to be doing a lot of redrawing with classrooms, right? So there's probably a good shot that we're going to see the drawing room offered a few times. So that might be the one that has the most potential to actually happen. Don't really think we're going to be drafting bedrooms today as a priority. The question is, what do we want to do? Do we want to go and add a bunch of aquariums? I don't think I want to add aquariums to the draft pool. I think we want classrooms. We want to focus on classrooms. We did the whole fun starfish aquarium bonanza a few days back. I'm happy to stick with that. Do we just gain 1 star? That's probably the way to go, right? Just keep adding stars to our count. We're almost always ending up with just an overkill of keys. And so I think I don't need the keys. I don't want the aquariums. I think it's just gain 1 star. Either immediately, we just take the 1 star, maybe. Or we try to do this drawing room thing and hope that the drawing room comes up a couple times. I think I do that. Because we're going to be redrawing a bunch, right? I think we should roll that way. Not the most exciting. I was hoping we would get some dice, but no, no dice this time. Haha, see what I did? See what I did, guys? Okay, so experiments done. I'm not going to spread gold yet. We'll wait on spreading gold, but we will continue drafting through the office. Okay. We take a den over a gymnasium. The gym could be interesting to take if we wanted to take a shot at getting tennis shoes. Tennis shoes can show up there. But with a silver spoon, we shouldn't be worried about getting tennis shoes. So we'll just take the additional gem here. The bedroom would be better if it pointed the right way. So den it is. And we do get a chest. We do get a trunk, which could have dice in it. So I will, I think, spend the key here. Let's at least draft first. We don't need the resources in the trunk to draft. So we can draft this room first and see what gets offered. There's a clock tower. And these are all dead ends, so we might as well take the clock tower, no? We could take the classroom just to give ourselves the extra grade. That would be the one thought there. But I want to see the clock tower again, right? Even though we're not close to 1:30 now, we're past the sacred hour. I think I want to get this one. Now, maybe, you know, the smart pick for your draft would be to take the dormitory because it synergizes so well with all the drafting rooms that you're going to be getting. But you do have to come back here. And I don't like doing that. It's not super convenient to come back to a dormitory, especially in this spot. So I think we just take the clock tower. Because this at least, let's take the clock tower. Let's take it. And we're well past the sacred hour, but we can take a look still in the clock tower. Like the sacred hour, 1:30, is super important for this room in particular. I think when I first got the clue about the sacred hour, I thought that it might be, oh, I need to pay attention to this for like some other clue somewhere else in the house. But now there are coins here. Now I'm wondering, this is the clock face, I think, that it's frozen, right? The gears are not turning on this one. But on these, they are. And these should match the actual current time in the house. So what we want to do, I think, is we want to come back here when it's close to 1:30. I think we want to do that. I don't know what would happen because I can only think like, okay, maybe there would be some sort of a secret chamber or something in this room that's going to open up. Like maybe this box moves out of the way or the wall. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. Oh. Oh, you know what? Well, maybe not. I thought for a second that I might be seeing a place for the power hammer to be used. But then I saw this over here, and I'm now starting to think it's just part of the texture of the room. Because there's also a spot over here. Surely not all of these are spots to be power hammered, right? We should see what happens at 1:30. If we can find a way to, like, I get so stuck in draft, and I just lose track of time, both in-game and out of game, because my drafts take so long. But let's see if we can keep an eye on the clock and maybe make our way back to the clock tower when the time is right. Let's see about that. I will use a key here instead of waiting for a sledgehammer. Bunch of coins, okay. Not dice, unfortunately, or even keys would have been better. But, you know, if we get a locksmith, or if we get, it would be great if you could buy dice somewhere. Well, okay, let's go through the patio now, I guess, as opposed to going to the foundation. Let's go to the patio, and we get to check the note in the patio for our other lowercase clue. There's got to be a lowercase word on this, doesn't there? Buried. Buried. That's the first word, is that correct? Patio's the first room, so buried beside west blank. We got to go back to the pantry for that last word. But there is a clue that is coming into shape. I think this, I'm starting to think that this is probably, we need to get a shovel. If we're going to dig something up, because that's what these notes are starting to clue us into. Somewhere buried on the estate, I think, is our last floor plan. That's got to be what this is leading us toward, right? Because we know we have one more floor plan we haven't found yet. Okay, let's continue our draft. We're starting to have to use keys now. So we'll see. We'll see how that pans out for us. We'll take another classroom here because we got redraws. And this gets us back to our highest grade so far, grade 4. And we get to take another look at these really cool, I don't even know what you call them, like geography charts, I guess. But there is potentially so much information on these that I really still don't know what to do with them. Really need a magnifying glass for some of this stuff. The Seeker of Signs. The Seeker of Signs. 7 sigil cores. I don't know if I noticed this before, but there's 7 sigil cores here. What's the 8th one that's missing? Fen Aries, isn't it? There's no pentagon here. I don't think I'd noticed that before. The Devoted Circle. The Devoted Moon. The Rogue Moon. The 3 of Tides. Isles of Orsay. Is Eclipse, in Eclipse. What does it all mean? But in case I didn't state it already, I think I did. Oh, you can actually see really close. You can get your own magnifying glass simply by zooming out and standing close. But I was going to say, I think we already talked about the fact that Room 46 has a geography puzzle. Put the pins on the countries or the realms. And I think what that boils down to is the Inner Sanctum. We don't have the Inner Sanctum on our room directory here, but the Inner Sanctum has the 8 doors with the 8 sigils and presumably 8 postcards. We already found 2 of the postcards in those rooms that talk about, I think, 8 realms in 8 months that Herbert was trying to visit. And I think that's what this is about. We know the correct sigils for the correct realms. We can put everything together on that geography sheet, the map that's in room 46. We can put the pins in the appropriate places that Herbert originally visited them. I think that's what we're meant to do. But that's a long-term goal. It's going to be a little while before that happens. I don't really want an archives, guys. That's why we have 9 redraws. So let's not settle for an archives. We can do better. I don't want these either. I could take a dead end, right? I could take a dead end and I go to the foundation, but I don't want to do that. Kochek is good, but we're not really seeing a ton of red rooms, are we? We already drafted the chapel, and we haven't seen hardly any red rooms drafted or drawn. We did see a laboratory at one point. We saw a gymnasium. I guess and we just saw an archives. So they're showing up, and we could get some benefit from the crown. I'm gonna redraw here though. I just don't want to put a dead end in this. There's a locksmith. That would be good for us. Do I ever just take the locksmith here and I say, okay, let's take our locksmith and just buy a shit ton of keys and go to the foundation, and we'll definitely make it to the rest of the house, drafting through the foundation. That could be a play, right? The locksmith I think is unusual rarity, so even with all these redraws, we are not guaranteed to get it offered again today. I think that actually is the smart pick. Like, if you are going to take a dead end here, you take one that opens up all other paths to you. We have so many coins with a locksmith. We have so many coins. Let's spend a bunch of them here at the locksmith, and we're going to have totally enough steps throughout the day as we get these apples from classrooms and get our hands on a kitchen or whatever else. With it. The silver spoon is going to make our steps carry us through the rest of the draft. So we can head to the foundation from here and continue forward. Let's take the locksmith. Let's do it. We'll get our hands on a special key as well. Definitely check out the special key offering for today. It's a silver key. Okay. I might use that very soon. We'll see. I'll take the lockpick kit. We might end up getting a workshop at some point, and we can make... Well, what do we make with the lockpick kit? It opens up doors even more than before, right? I forget exactly what it does, but We'll buy 3 keys at the very least. I mean, we might as well just buy more than we need, right? Because we have so many coins, it's ridiculous. I think I can afford to get 1 more set, and that's just going to be way more than we'll ever need. Okay, let's head back to the entrance hall. We're set on keys, and we will... Oh, that's what I wanted to check. I wanted to see what time it was. It's not even close to 1:30 yet. Time moves, you know, faster than normal time, but it doesn't move that fast. It's only 4:10 right now. So it's going to be a while before we circle back around to 1:30. I'm assuming, which is a bold thing to do in any circumstance, but I'm guessing or assuming that it doesn't matter whether it's 1:30 p.m. or a.m. I think the game does keep track. We'll take our allowance now in case we get a showroom. I think the game does keep track of AM versus PM. Like, I know the shelter cares about that, right? When you're first opening the time lock safe. But I don't know that the clock tower cares about it. It could be that the sacred hour comes around twice a day. Could very well be. I'm excited, though, to get this last word. We just need to draft the pantry in some circumstance that makes sense. And we'll be able to get that last word. The west... What would be, like, hall? The west hall? What's the last word? Or west wing? Beside the west wing. So there might be a... Oh, that might be what it is. That might be what it is. We'll see what we find in the pantry. Let's not jump the gun. But I could see that being a... buried beside west wing. I could see that being the clue, and that would mean we would need to get outside on the west side of the house by drafting a garage. And being able to open the garage, which is actually not a easy thing to do these days, because a utility closet is not as common as it once was. Our pool is a lot more crowded. We also, by the way, we have so many dig sites. I'm so used to just having a shovel. We don't just have a shovel today. And so we need to get our hands on some dig sites eventually. Get our hands on a shovel to be able to dig these dig sites and hopefully dig up a new floor plan. We'll see. I think we start... What do we do here? Maybe we start by seeing which doors are locked. This one is not. I think I will... Man, I want dice, but I'm going to take the West Wing Hall here because I want doors as well. I want doors because I want to be able to draft the rest of the house. So we'll draft over here to the lower ranks. Try to get those filled out. That's a starfish aquarium. Perfect. Take it. Thank you very much. And now I would love a Geist bedroom. You want to hook me up, game? You want to hook me up? I don't need a ladyship's chamber. We did that business. I don't need it. I just want a Geist bedroom. Pretty please. Okay. It's like you said you wanted a bedroom, right? You said you wanted a bedroom, right? I think we take our 5th classroom, correct? We don't get the use out of the classroom here, but that's fine. We get to look in a new room that we've never seen before. I think we take that. Let's take the classroom. And it's going to benefit us, if nothing else, once we go to draft the rest of the house and have more classrooms. Okay, there's my dice. The boudoir does not... Yeah, we take the boudoir because I want dice. I am hopefully... Like, the dormitory would be fine, but I'm hoping we're going to be totally fine on steps because of our silver spoon. So I take my dice. Dice, baby. And another gem. Dice in the boudoir. Feels great. Okay, now we get to check out classroom number 5. Great number 5 for the first time. Let us see what we can see. What do we have here? What in the world? We have art class. We are indeed in art class. Huh. And we have... Okay, so the students have done their best attempts at recreating the provided sketch. Got it. Okay. Okay, this is pretty good with the crowbar. We don't quite have, well, maybe there's a thumb that's just not seen. But we have only 4 fingers. We didn't quite make it to all 5, unless the thumb is hidden on the other side of the hand or the crowbar. But otherwise, not too bad. We have our, well, what was this called again? Flan? Flame God Flan? No, what was this? It's the dessert, right? Is it not flan? I've forgotten at this point exactly what the dessert was. But not bad. It kind of looks like it. I from a distance, I thought it was like a bunch of bananas. The car, I like this one. This is a good car that we've done. Very nice. And we've got an airplane. Okay. Decent. And, oh my god, the bride. The pretty bride with the smiley face. Adorable. Okay, anything on... There is actually an art prompt on... Oh, interesting. Art prompt directions. Draw 2 things that share all but 1 letter of their name. So, corn and acorn. I see. This is courtesy of the Baron himself, Herbert Sinclair, had prompted. He was looking for ideas for his artwork puzzle around the house. He's like, okay, hey, Mrs. What was the Peterson? Mrs. Peterson, have your class draw up 2 things that share all but 1 letter of their name. What did we do here? What did we do? Oh, root and robot. Okay. I mean, so you said clever for Gregory, but Gregory only got a B? Why is this not an A? What? Is it because of the fact that the corn and the acorn here were drawn so much more, with so much more detail? That might be because we are in art class, so you get graded on the style of the art in addition to the ability to think up the correct words. What did we do here? Oh no, we did 2 and tooth. Yeah, it says spelling incorrect. So, I mean, even if you got the spelling, like, it's T-W-O instead of T-O-O, but you've got tooth, which is 2 letters different. There's a TH on the end. So you got 2 things wrong here, the spelling and you added too many letters. Got some work to do, Josh. Back to the drawing board. There's a gem here? Hello? All right. So you can get more than just apples in the classrooms. That's cool. What else do we have on the walls? A whole bunch more artwork sketches that we've seen around the house many, many, many times now. Have we seen the estate? Mount Holly itself is here. I don't know. Is this one of the... This is probably one of the sketches. It's just been a long time since my brain has thought about the sketch puzzle. But I guess estate and state, would those have been 2 pairs? I could actually just look right now on my... Where did I have this? The artwork. The artwork puzzle. Estate. It's not... That's not a word on one of my pairs here that I had. So maybe we didn't see that around the house. I feel like that's new. Does it matter? I have no clue. I have a new clue, but I also have no clue. Okay, we're not continuing our draft from the classroom, unfortunately, the one downside of doing things this way, but we know that there's still many more grades to draft. So from here, we will draft out of the foundation, I think, first, because the West Wing Hall, I'm getting the feeling that we might want to draft a garage in order to get outside. But we kind of need to check the pantry first to see what our clue says. I could check my notes, but I kind of want to go back to the pantry naturally. Let's see if this door is locked. If it is, I might use my silver key here. Not locked. Oh boy. Okay. I think I'd take a weight room. Go down to 21 steps, maybe 22. I can't remember if it rounds which direction. But let's assume 21 steps. That should still be more than enough if we get our hands on a kitchen. We're going to be getting these apples from classrooms. We have a spare master bedroom that's going to maybe be offered again at some point. Now then again, I could just take the spare master bedroom, right? I could just take that, and I still have... Like, I have 2 dice if I have to use them, although I'd like to save them for my libraries. But the spare master bedroom gets us a whole bunch of steps, and it moves us up into rank 7. It's just not an observatory. I don't want to take an observatory that faces left. I still have the rooms from the West Wing Hall and the other Foundation door to draft. So the spare master bedroom could actually be the pick. Gets us about 20 steps. It's not bad now that I think of it. It's just that I would love to get the weight room first and then get the spare master bedroom. If I do that in the opposite order, I'm gonna feel a little worse about things. But steps shouldn't be that much of a concern. We still have enough doors to be able to continue our draft here. Now, the weight room does have an antechamber lever. So in the world where we would want to get back into room 46 somehow today, not desperate for that. But you never know with what if we do get our hands on Realm and Rune from a bookshop. The thing is, even if we do get a bookshop and we buy Realm and Rune, we don't read it today. We've already drafted our libraries, so we're not going to be able to read that until tomorrow. So we're not working on sigil distillation today, one way or the other, so we don't really need to make it back to room 46. I was about to go with the weight room, but I think I just talked myself back into the master bedroom because I need doors. I want doors, but I do have a silver key that I remembered. I just remembered I have a silver key. So at some point when I can take a spare master bedroom here, and then probably that door is going to be locked. We can use a silver key there to get ourselves a whole bunch of doors to go into the rest of the house. So for that reason, I'll settle for the spare master bedroom here, even though it doesn't get me the extra doors. I think it's better. I think it's the right pick. Let's just do that, and we'll get our steps when we actually go into the master bedroom. But we're going to draft our last door here and get a pantry that goes up. And by pantry that goes up, I mean we'll get a coat check. Or we get another classroom. Maybe I just get another classroom here. This coat check is, like, we're halfway through the draft now. We don't need the crown anymore. We don't really need the crown at this point, do we? We just take the classrooms. I think that's what we do. Let's just, we are halfway through the draft, and if we are going to get to rank 9, we do need to draft classrooms. So this is, I think, a perfect spot for it, because you want to have your redraws available so that your next classroom points to the right, or your next elbow room points to the right, or whatever. So we will take the classroom here. Now then, I will take the classroom. The question is going to be, oh, look at this. We've got a projector. Movie night at school. Movie day, I guess it would be. Where do we draft from next? Do we go to the spare master bedroom, or do we go from the classroom, or do we go from the West Wing Hall? I think we just go through the classroom, and we'll just kind of angle off, try to angle as far east as possible, because we've got the master bedroom already that gets us up into like the middle or the western portion of the house. So we'll see if we can get the classroom to point us to the right-hand side. What in the heck? What in the world? History is penned by the victors. Notice how victors is in red. Victors in red. History is penned by the victors. For a second, I was thinking, is there some sort of a word? Do I need to rearrange the letters in victors somehow? I don't know why my brain thought that this might be a word puzzle right off of the bat. At the very least, it is a reference to Ben Aries, correct? History worksheet. Okay, this is interesting. And then we have a... Oh, we can go next slide. I was going to say right now it's not showing anything. We're just looking into like the dark reaches of space. But that's because we haven't actually started the slideshow. Okay, let's get our steps from the apple. And we have a history worksheet. Multiple choice. Who was the first crowned ruler of Fen Aries? Was it not Prince Learson? Fen Aries, not Arinda Aries. That would be Prince Learson, I think. How close have we been paying attention to the history lessons from the history of Arindia? Which city in Fen Aries is named after a historical figure? Ooh. It's not Fen, I don't think. I think it's either Oris or Reddington. But I don't remember for sure. How many sons did the fourth king of Arindia have? Oh, was this the one? The fourth king is the one who had like 2 sons and a daughter, right? 60 and 6 is one of the options. I think it's 2. How long did the War of the Fifth Era last? That was 22 years. That one definitely stuck out in my mind because I was like, God damn, 22 years? That's forever for a war to last. Which realm did not ally with Fen Aries during the war? Ooh. Don't remember. Could easily review our history of Arindia to get some of these answers. What flag was forbidden to be flown at full staff after the war? Flag of Surrender, Banner of House Learson, Black Flag. Probably Flag of Surrender. It's probably the Black Flag. We're going to take some screenshots here of the various answers that we've got strewn about. Chris got 50% here. I think Prince Learson is correct. I think 2 is correct for the sons, but he missed the war duration. And then I think he got the Black Flag correct. So the realm that did not ally with Fen Aries was not Arch Aries. It was either Araja or Nuance. And then the city in Fen Aries named after a historical figure is not Oris. So it's probably Reddington then. Take a screenshot of this. See if we can do a process of elimination here on these before we go to the slideshow. We've got 4 different students here. Noah got 4 out of 6. General Teskin is wrong. Reddington is probably right. 2, I'm pretty sure, is right. 22 is right. I think the other student got Arch Aries wrong. So it's probably the 1st and the 5th question that you got wrong, because Black Flag, I think, is right. So we still don't know the answer to 5. It's either Araja or Nuance. Richard got 4 of 6. He got the first one wrong. And I think he got the second one wrong. So the rest of these are correct, which means the realm that did not ally with Fen Aries was Araja. Nuance did, huh? For some reason, I want to think that the country named Nuance, that country would be more like Switzerland. They would be the neutral ones. We're the nuanced thinkers over here. We don't ally with anybody in any time of war. But apparently that wasn't the case. Okay. Screenshot. And last but not least, nobody did exceptionally well with their history here. Cole got 4 of 6 as well. Looks like he got number 1 wrong, but I think he got 2 correct. The answer to 2, I think, is Reddington. 3 is definitely wrong. So the rest of these he got right. Okay, cool. So I think we know the answers now. A, C, A, C, B, and C. How does that help us? We'll see if that factors into a puzzle. There's supposed to be a final exam, right? So that's ultimately probably what we're using all of this for. This information is all building up to the final exam. Let's see what our slideshow has for us, though. Ooh, so it's showing presumably the, what was the war technically called? Oh, and we get the music shift. I'm all of a sudden thinking of the Outer Wilds DLC. Getting our slideshow. War of the Fifth Era, that's what it was. This is the War of the Fifth Era that it's depicting, I think. Orinda on one side, Fen, the Fensurrection on the other. Okay, and then you have... What do you have here, actually? It looks like you've got... One side is celebrating. There's a whole bunch of hats being thrown up in the air. I think that's a celebration, as though the war's over. But it looks like you also have a whole bunch of people in red who look dejected. Like you've got these guys here with the rifle. They look sad, and you've got this guy on the stretcher. I don't know if he's dead or if he's just hurt. But they seem bummed out about the fact that he's on the stretcher. And yet, why are all the hats being thrown in the air? Because eventually the red side won, did they not? I'm confused about this one. Oh, man. And now you have... What is this depicting? Is this Prince Learson? This must be Prince Learson, I would think. This music is great. It goes perfectly. This is really, really, really making me think. It's almost, the music is similar as well to the Outer Wilds DLC. I don't want to talk too much about that because I don't want to spoil it for anybody who has not played Outer Wilds. Fantastic game, one of my all-time favorite games. Only wish that I could have played it and recorded it for YouTube, but that was one of those games like Hollow Knight that was before my YouTube days or my streaming days. Okay, and now we're fixing the railroads, or we're destroying the railroads. This looks like they're destroying. I haven't quite figured out exactly the significance of the railroads, but I know that they're supposed to be important, and they feel connected to Orinda, the Black Flag, those who are loyal to the children of the Black Water. The train system was one that ran throughout that realm, right? I think it might have even been directly mentioned in one of the history books we read. The Fensurrectionists, though, seem to be destroying that. This is a beautiful... Look at this. This is marvelous. This... Oh, is this Orinda over here? Or is it Orindia? The shield and the mace, just like we see in the cloister, right? Although we might not see... Wait, who do we see in the cloister now? Who do we see in the cloister now? Not the greenhouse. Cloister. Oh, that's right, it's Lydia. But before, it was Orinda, wasn't it? Or Orindia. I always get it mixed up which one is which. But she's got the mace and the shield, the crown. But then you have the Red Guard that's coming in, right? They've won the war and they're taking over. They're flying the red flags. And yeah, the New Order has arrived. Now, the other thing to keep in mind is these may not actually be like photos. I don't know if these are supposed to be photos or if these are just illustrations, artistic renditions that have been done by, like pieces of propaganda that have been sent to the schools to indoctrinate the youth in the glory of Fen Ares. And then we're back to the start. That's really cool. I'm gonna take a screenshot of each of these. It is really cool though. Everybody's path through this game is gonna be different, but I'm really, it's kind of satisfying the path that we've taken because of how late we are getting to some of these rooms, like the 6th grade classroom. It means that we've had the time to be able to piece together so many other parts, so many other bits of information from the library and other places that have given us this insight into the history of Fen Ares. And so these slides are much more meaningful than if we had like found this in, day 4 or something. or whatever the first day that we drafted the classroom was, and we only made it to like grade 1 or something. Okay, I think that's all there is to find here at this grade, so let's keep drafting. And we'll keep enjoying the awesome music here. I don't think I use a silver key here. I think I'd rather use that at the master bedroom or someplace where I could open up into 3 directions. Open up a 4-way room. So we'll just settle for the lockpick kit and then a regular key. Okay, we finally are getting offered the tunnel. The tunnel doesn't feel like it's a great spot for the tunnel. Like, it is a new room, and I want to draft it just to see what's inside, because there's got to be at least something that's of interest. Doesn't have to be. Now, it does buff our future classrooms, and we're up to grade 6 now. We only have 3 more classrooms to get, and it is a drafting room that would give us additional redraws, but we already are up to 11 redraws even before we get to any dice. So we don't really need to buff our classrooms anymore. They just buff themselves. I kind of would rather either take an observatory here to go to the right, or just use redraws and just, you know, try to get another classroom. I want to draft a tunnel. I want to draft a new room, but I also said that I want to steer to the right and I want to get more classrooms as well. And we have 11 redraws. The tunnel feels like I'm settling for something. The effect, you know, when we're so close to the antechamber as it is, I mean, this could be a good effect, right? If you really wanted to get to the antechamber, I could see that the tunnel could be very useful for just making sure, hey, I'm having trouble just getting to the antechamber. Give me a straight shot. Give me that straight shot that's just going to guarantee I go to the antechamber. I can understand the efficacy of just the effect that the room has, but it's not what I need here. I don't need this here. And I don't really need an observatory either. The observatory gets me stuff like Draxus the Dead, Southern Cross, Diamondus Major, Florealis. These things are okay, but I already have a ton of gems. And I don't really need Draxus the Dead. I want to be able to draft more classrooms. So I think we just redraw here. It is a little weird that the music has kind of bugged out a couple times. Like the music track just ends abruptly, but then I think it might start again here in a moment. Not sure exactly what's going on, but I'm going to use a redraw. We can do better. See, there we go. We can do better. Classrooms, 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 classrooms. I want to get all the classrooms. It's time. It's finally time to move on to grade 7. We are moving on up today. Oh, baby. My favorite subject, algebra. Okay, it's probably not my favorite subject because, you know, why stop at algebra when you can go to calculus? But that's beside the point. But I do love me some algebra. Math is my strong suit. And yeah. Now, are these math a squared minus 2, quantity squared plus 9? Do we need to pay attention to these at all? Is there a hidden clue inside a squared b minus 3, quantity squared? I don't know. I should screenshot it just for the record. But I have a feeling there's going to be more interesting stuff to look at here in the classroom. Let's get our apple. Love that our silver spoon is keeping us so healthy. Ah, we're getting the advanced functions here that we have kind of already gotten a little bit of a clue on in our break room. Oh my goodness, though, there is some stuff here that I'm not familiar with yet. What in the heck? We got like sine waves here. We have decimals as well. 21.7. What? 21.7. Now, we know sort of what's going on with the squares, don't we? I need to remind myself what this means, though. It's like we square... Well, 3 squared, this would be 9, right? And then I guess you would do 3 squared minus 5. So 3 squared is 9, minus 5 is 4. But then you have, I think you do 7 minus 5 first, and then you square. 7 minus 5 gets you 2. Squared gets you 4. Let's see if that works out. We'll take a screenshot of the blank one here. Now, like, we're prepping for the final exam, correct? We're prepping for the ultimate final exam. So it's important that we study here to make sure we're ready for that final exam. That's the point of these worksheets. In addition to potentially being useful on or in the break room. So Branson gets 8 out of 12. So let's work through each one here. 3 squared is 9. And then we said 3 squared minus 5 is 4. So that I think that checks out based on what I know. Then he said 16 for this one. How did he get 16? Did he do... Actually, I don't know how he would have... Because aren't you supposed to go 7 minus 5 and then take that quantity squared? Shouldn't that be 4? Not sure. But he gets 36 for this one. He gets 4 wrong. He only gets 4 wrong. So I thought it was 3 times 2 and then squared. No, that is correct, actually. 3 times 2 is 6. Square that, you get 36. So that seems like that checks out. Now this one's a little weird because we're doing 2 squared. No, but I think he gets this one right because we're actually squaring twice. We're doing 2 squared, which is 4, times 1, which is 4, squared, 4 squared is 16. So that should be right. So far, I think the only one he got wrong was number 3. Then he has 5, it should be 5 times 2, which is 10, squared, which is 100. Then it should be plus 5, which should get you 105, minus 95, which would get you 10, and then 10 squared again is 100. So I think he got this one correct as well. So he must have screwed up on the back end. Now, we've done squares, but have we done this diagonal? Have we done this diamond? I'm not sure we know what the diamond means. I don't think we have done the diamond yet. So that's what it's here for, right? That's what the worksheets are here for, to help us figure out the diamond. The thing is, he got 3 of these wrong. So I'm not sure how much help this side of the page is going to be. But he said 61. How would he get 61 from this? What gets 16? It is supposed to be the square root. Actually, that makes the most sense, doesn't it? Maybe not. Square root might not make sense if you're saying take the square root of 12. That wouldn't make any sense. Unless you're supposed to end up with... No, you wouldn't ask the student to take the square root of 12, would you? You could ask them to take the square root of 16, because that's 4. So maybe it's not square root. Could square root make sense in one of these other ones? 30 minus 5, and then the square root of that gets you 25. Here, the fact that the diamond is around the 12 makes me think, like the other side, that we have to take the square root of 12 first, as opposed to doing 12 minus 2 and then taking the square root of that. Although, that wouldn't make any sense either. Taking the square root of 10 is just as, well, what's the term? This is where my math terminology is a little bit rusty, but you're basically ending up with a decimal, right? You're not ending up with an integer. So this 12-2 is throwing me off a little bit because like these other two, I could clearly see them being square roots. Now, even if they were, these would be incorrect answers. If it was a square root, it would be 4 instead of 61. So that would be wrong that Branson gets. And it would be 5 instead of minus 400. And he gets 3 of these wrong, so those 2 could be wrong. I don't know how you would get 19 from this, though. And then we haven't even started yet on these, where you have like these sine waves. What the heck do those mean? Now you have 21.7 that's used twice. 21.7. Is it actually a decimal, as in the number 21.7, or is the dot here actually another operator? Are you supposed to do something? Because I could see 21 divided by 7, although I couldn't really see 59 divided by 6. So, but it is curious that you've got 21.7 twice, and then here in this answer, you've got 59.6 twice, although these are different colors. What's the pattern here? I probably need to sit and think about this for a few minutes. We'll take a screenshot of Branson's sheet. Let's look at somebody else's sheet, and maybe that might help us. That could help us start to narrow this down. Because there are notes. Aha, there are notes from the teacher as well. One of the answers that Sandra wrote was no idea. I think we have an idea how this works. The teacher wrote, remember, don't square till you're there. I think we know that. I think we understand not squaring until we've reached that particular digit. So let's see. Sandra gets 7 out of 12. She gets this one right, and I think she gets this one right. She doesn't get this one right. This one should be 4, so this one's wrong. This next one is also wrong because it should be 36. She's ending up with 12 because she's squaring the 2 first and then multiplying that by 3. I think that's wrong, though. I think 4 is correct. She puts no idea, so we know that's obviously wrong. So she's got 3 wrong on this side, which means she has 2 wrong over here. She also puts 61. Oh, is the thing that you're supposed to do? Oh, okay. Because she also put 61, just like Bran, or that's Zach. Which one did we look at here? Branson. She put 61 and also put 19. I think I see it. The diamond is not square root. It's swapping the digits. So instead of 16, you just swap them and you get 61. I think that's what that means. Because that works here too, doesn't it? You take 12 and you swap it to get 21. And then you subtract 2 to get 19. That makes sense. So that would work for this if you do 30 minus 5 to get 25, and then you swap them to get 52. And that could be one of the things that Bran got wrong, Branson, by doing minus 400. How would he have gotten minus? If he got these two, how could he swap? How could he mess this one up this badly? I don't know. Now he puts 20, 22, and 40 for his last 3 answers. Sandra does 22 and 20. But we know she gets 5 wrong. She gets this one wrong. She gets this one wrong. She gets this one wrong. She gets these 3 correct, I think. Which means she has to get 2 of the last 3 wrong. Right? Unless I still don't fully understand things. Let's check the last sheet. Or we'll take a screenshot of hers. And let's check Zach's. We only have the 3 students here, it looks like. Zach gets 9 of 12. So he gets 9, which should be correct. He gets 4, which should also be correct. He gets 4, which should be correct. I think that's what Branson got. So no, wait. 7. Oh, is that what Branson got wrong? 7 minus 5 is 2. Squared is 4. So did I get this wrong the first time around? I might have got this wrong. I'm having some doubts about what I said originally about Branson, but I think Zach gets this one right. So the first 3, I think Zach gets right. Then we go to 3 times 2 squared is 36. That one should also be right. Zach only has 3 wrong altogether. 2 squared is 4, times 1 is 4, and squared is 16. I think his first 5 are right. He also gets 10 on this one. The left-hand side for Zach should be correct. But then I think maybe, well, I don't know. Because now he's doing what I thought originally. I thought this was square root of 16. That's what he puts here, but that could be wrong. He puts a 2 here, but if we're doing this thing where we swap the numbers, which is what he does here, he does swap the numbers here. Why wouldn't he have done that here? Let's assume for now, let's operate under the assumption that swapping the numbers is what the diamond is supposed to do. That would mean that he got this one wrong, and that's his first that he gets wrong. And he also gets this one wrong, because this should be 19. So then that means he only has one wrong out of the last 3. Is that right? So then what does that mean? We have 21.7, and then we have these 2 sine waves, almost like a tennis ball. But then there's like double the number of sine waves on the next one. Do they all give the same answers for the last, let's see, 22, 20, and 40? Branson does 20, 22, and 40. He swapped those. Is that what he did wrong? Because Sandra has 22, 20, and 1. I wonder if Sandra... I think maybe that's the wrinkle on these last 3. Maybe Branson actually has them in the right order because he had... Which ones did he have wrong? This should be 4, so he has the third one wrong. He also has the third one on this side wrong. And then he would have gotten these 2 wrong if he swapped them. I think 40 might be correct for the last answer because that's what both Zach and Branson have. And that's what makes sense. But I think Branson made the mistake of swapping these last 2. The first 2, I should say. If you take the tennis ball problems, he swaps them, the 20 and the 22. So let's assume that 22 is the right answer because that's also what Sandra got. If 21.7 is supposed to resolve to 22, how do we get there? How do we make that leap? I mean, you could just say, well, I need to round up. I need to round up. And that would get you to 22 if you're just rounding up to the next integer. But that doesn't work here because rounding, if you think that, okay, this amount of sine waves, the 2 sine waves is rounding up. The 4 sine waves or whatever is rounding down. But that gets you, that would get you to 21 if you're rounding down to the next integer, not 20. So there's something I'm missing. I'm also seeing now that there's actually 3 sets of sine waves on this 59.6 that's down here. So there's still something I'm overlooking in the pattern. How do we get from... Because we also have a subtraction here, it looks like. There's a subtraction somehow that's happening. But I really have no idea yet how we're getting to 40. 59.6 with 3 sets of waves. Minus 59.6 with 1 set of waves. And that gets to 40. What? Sandra... for whatever reason, had put a 1. She put a 1 as the last answer. How would you get 1 instead of 40? Like, it doesn't feel like we're not doing any regular math operation, I don't think. And that sort of makes sense if we're treating the diamond as inverting digits. If we're supposed to do something unusual that's not really a math operation normally, what would it be in this case? Okay, I think for now, I'm just going to have to... I'm up against a little bit of a brain freeze. Things are not clicking in for me. So I'm gonna screenshot Zach's worksheet as well, and then we are going to move on. I'm glad that we're making this progress up to rank 7. There wasn't anything... No notes on the blank sheet as usual. And I think that's it. Nothing else to find here. So I think we just keep drafting in the direction through the classroom. We go through the classroom. And I think for the same logic that I had before, I do not use my silver key here. I have so many redraws with the classroom, I can kind of guarantee myself as many doors as possible by just re-rolling as much as possible. So let's use our keys. Okay, it's a dining room, but it's not really pointing the way that I want it. So I think I redraw here. I don't want to take any of these. If I did have to settle for an elbow, I think it's going to be a classroom that points in the right direction. So we got 12 redraws. Let's use them. I don't want to take a shop here that points in the wrong direction. I could think about taking a kitchen if it pointed up, but I don't want any of these. Commissary as well would be something to consider because we do want to get our hands on a shovel. But I don't want to... They're facing the wrong way. I don't have my ornate compass, man. A showroom would be not a bad thing to pick up here. Showroom into ornate compass. You want to show me that, game? You want to show me that? God damn it. Why are these all pointing in... I mean, I would even take a regular compass, actually, because all these elbows are not behaving. They're not behaving the way that I need them to. I just keep redrawing. Like, I don't settle for a courtyard here that points only in one direction. I don't think so. This might be too greedy of me, but this is what I have 10 redraws for. This is why we have these. Workshop. It gets me over to the east wing. It gets me over to the east wing, but do I have anything that I want to make? I can't really make anything. I have nothing to make contraptions with. We would get an item from the workshop, so there's a chance I could get a shovel from there, but I feel like I want a T-shaped room. And I have 9 redraws. Am I really making a mistake by passing this workshop as many times as I have? I just don't think I don't need anything in particular from the workshop today. I just redraw. I'm just thinking about the inevitable scenario where I'm going to be sad that I'm down to like 2 redraws and I haven't got the room that I want yet. That's always what I'm thinking about. My worst case scenario mentality that kind of is always at the back of my mind. What if things go horribly wrong here? The answer is, if things go horribly wrong, you still have the master bedroom and the West Wing Hall to draft out of. That's what happens. I want to be greedy with my redraws. Okay, I will not be greedy about passing a showroom, because I did say I wanted a showroom. Because now if I get an ornate compass, my problems are solved, question mark. I will take a showroom. That's why we have so many redraws, to make sure we get a showroom and we do get an ornate compass. I don't know if it's guaranteed. Have we seen it every single day? It feels like it's been guaranteed. I don't think I'm taking a chronograph yet. And maybe not at all. More likely to draw tomorrow rooms. I did just remember. Cat Laser Brain just remembered. What time is it? What time is it? There's no clock in the showroom. I'll wait until I get into the next room. We need to check the time, though, because maybe it's time soon to go back to the clock tower, but maybe it's past already. Maybe it's past. I've been so much time studying for the final exam. We're definitely, though, taking an ornate compass. And I think that's all we take for now. Let's hold on, because I don't have my allowance to go back for now. We've picked up our allowance because we've spent a whole bunch on both the ornate compass and keys. So I don't think I want the chronograph yet. But the ornate compass now makes me feel so much better about directing my draft where I need it to go. Now, do I possibly take a dining room here and just say I don't have to worry about steps anymore at all? But the thing is, I have a master bedroom, right? I still haven't taken the steps from the master bedroom. The dining room would be overkill here, I think. So I think we just settle for the parlor. It's pointing in the right direction already, and we just get 3 more gems. 19 gems is good, but I can feel that total. We're gonna be fine on gems no matter what. But I'm not gonna spend a die here. A die. The dice get saved for bookshops. Bookshops, please, is what we need. I will take the parlor though. Let's play the parlor game. We're still working our way toward the parlor achievement, correct? So if nothing else, We get a trophy checked off our list once we play enough parlor games. So that's what we do. Okay, let's start with the blue box. Gems are in both the black box and the white box. Well, we know that's false. This is not our first parlor game. Gems are in both the blue box and the black box. Well, that's false as well. So this has to be true. Gems are not in the white box or the blue box. So that means they have to be in the black box. Gems are in both. Gems are in both. That one's a pretty easy one, isn't it? Gems are not in the white box or the blue box. Therefore, they are in the black box. Logic for the win. Let's go. Okay, no items, no other items besides gems in the parlor. So we keep on drafting. Okay, I think I will once again save my silver key. Drafting studio! That has no more rooms to draft. No more rooms. It would get us further up the east wing though, but I think we just settle for a bedroom here. Bedroom and then see where we go from there. We're not redrawing any of these. And I don't need to take a nursery. We'll be fine on steps. We've drafted everything in the drafting studio, right? Is there any reason ever to go back to the drafting studio? I mean, you guys can tell me. I am open at this point to nudges where, you know, maybe you want to go back and check the drafting studio again. I'm open to that nudge if it's necessary. But as far as I'm concerned, we've opened the safe in the drafting studio and we've drafted all the rooms. So no reason to spend our gems anymore unless we just want to flex and say, hey, I've got so many gems, I can afford a drafting studio that does nothing. For now, though, we will take a bedroom. And I will take that opportunity. Oh, there's even a chest in here. I can afford to open this chest, I think. We'll do it after we draft. But before we draft, I will take just a moment to point out the fact that I think I have, we have figured out 2 of these clues. It's been a while since we've looked at Baron's Bafflers, but we're pretty confident, I think, that the word on the bottom is insect, a group composed of similar members that have similar characteristic, because the smaller word is then sect, and that fits the criteria. Both of those words work. I think we're pretty confident that notice is the second to last clue. Notice and ice both inform you that there's no school today. And then I had been thinking about this on a certain scale. This is very hot. I had just been mulling this over from time to time off camera. And it eventually occurred to me that the small word is probably 10. On a certain scale, 10 says very hot. 10 out of 10. So if that certainly makes sense. If 10 is correct, what other word goes with that? And that's where I had been stuck for a while. I had not been able to come up with a bigger word. I had been thinking like rotten, kitten, what else? Like all these words that I was coming up with were basically like double T words that made no sense. And then one day, going through my notes, it finally popped into my head. I think the word is molten. That kind of makes sense, doesn't it? Molten. That's if 10 is the small word, the only word that I've been able to think of so far that even remotely comes close is molten. I think that works. And I think this works also because part of the Baffler's directions here is that eventually when you find all of the small words, you take the first letter of each small word to form this week's solution, which is a member of the 6th clue. So if we have the last 3 small words as 10, ice, and sect, TIS. Well, what word ends in TIS that is also a member of the 6th clue, which is insect? And that's where I got mantis. Mantis popped into my head. So I think we have the the solution to Baron's bafflers. The thing is, I haven't gone through all of these other 3 words yet to figure out what they would be, if in fact mantis is the correct solution. We can think about that for a little bit here. M-A-N-T-I-S. So if N makes the validity of a statement clear, so a 3-letter word that starts with N, I think the idea that I had there was not. Not true or not false. The word not really helps you understand whether or not a statement is valid or not. That would make sense if not were the word. Now, then what's the 6-letter word? I don't know. Makes the validity of a statement clear. Makes the validity of a statement clear. A 6-letter word that starts with not. I'd have to think about that one. Can affect one greatly when made by someone with a strong spirit. A 3-letter word that starts with A could be ale. I think I just thought of that because strong spirit. I had been thinking that the strong spirit applies to the someone with a strong spirit. In other words, there's the spirit inside them. But what if they're just someone who is making a thing that has a strong spirit, such as an ale? Not that ale is that strong of an alcoholic beverage. If I was thinking of a strong spirit, I would be thinking of liquor, whiskey, or something like that. But ale would kind of make sense. Can affect one greatly when made by someone with a strong spirit. And then finally, kept behind locked doors. A 3-letter word that starts with M. I have no idea. I haven't really thought that deeply about any of these first 3 clues, big word, small word, all that stuff. But I do think mantis is the overall solution to Baron's bafflers. I don't know what that does for me because we have the castle puzzle, don't we? We have castle down in the chess room. But I'm like, okay, I have mantis from Baron's bafflers. Am I supposed to line up mantis next to castle? If so, how does that help me? I have no idea. But there you go. I think we at least have the solution to Baron's bafflers. I just don't know if it helps us in any other context. We got to note it for later. We'll open our chest in just a moment here, but let's draft first. We will continue to be baffled by the bafflers. That is a secret passage. Okay, that is a secret passage. And that is one of the rooms that I mentioned at the start that I want to take another look at. A secret passage. We still want to get 2 more classrooms, but we're sort of at the luck of the draw here because I don't want to use my dice to find classrooms, but I don't know. Maybe I should. Maybe I should make sure we get those classrooms before the end of the day. If I take a secret passage, that could make getting those classrooms a little bit trickier. I mean, it wouldn't make it trickier per se, but it would be 1 room. We would draft the secret passage and then the room past the secret passage that would not be a blue room, right? You can't pick blue rooms from the secret passage bookshelf. So that's 2 of your rooms that you're saying are not going to be classrooms. Like, there's part of me that just wants to take the gymnasium here, give myself as many doors as possible. We angle up into the rest of the east wing much more easily with the gymnasium. But we also have an ornate compass. And even if I take a secret passage plus a shop, I'm most likely going to get either a kitchen or a commissary that's going to, I can rotate it to point upward, and then the ornate compass is going to help get us to the rest of the house. I don't need to worry about taking the gymnasium here to make sure that I draft the rest of the house. I think I can afford to take the secret passage. It lets us both re-examine the room that we want to look at, as well as getting probably a shop. that's going to get us a whole bunch more steps, or we take a commissary and maybe get ourselves a shovel. That might be the smarter pick. Let's take the secret passage, because we still have coins we want to spend. And I think we still have the office as well to spread coins eventually. And even though we are taking 2 rooms that are not going to be classrooms, I'm hoping that we can still get there. Hoping that we can still get to rank 9. I'll take the risk here. I'm going to take the risk with the secret passage and hope that it pans out. Okay, now, I've been nudged to take another look in the secret passage. What have I potentially overlooked here in the secret passage? Is there actually a secret book on the bookshelf here that opens up another part of the room? Is that what I'm supposed to be looking for? Because on initial inspection, I don't... Well, hold on. What is this? Well, I thought I saw a tag that stood out as conspicuous, but maybe not. We see the chess piece. We know there's a pawn here in the secret passage, but I don't really see anything on the bookshelf that stands out besides, obviously, our 5 colored books. Everything is so gray and drab. Nothing is grabbing my attention. As though the game were saying, hey, check this out. There are books on the floor. There are 2 books on the floor down here. Do I need to pay attention to those? I can't interact with them. And I can't... The books that are above them on the bookshelf don't seem to be something I can interact with either. There's a light in the ceiling. I don't know what I'm supposed to see here. Now, of course, there is more to this room once we pick whatever book we decide to pick. And I think it's probably going to be a gold sink. I think I would take the gold sink here over the rest of these. Have a place to spend my coins, but I don't see anything else. Can't interact with this little mini globe. So I don't know. And the only other thing that I can see in the room as of now is the artwork on the walls. Okay, I'm going to take a gold sink. And we'll take another look at the other side of this secret passage. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Dude, no fucking way. What the there are letters back here. There are letters back here. Wow. Yo. This game. Now this is a super sneaky one because I don't think you can reclose this bookshelf, can you? You can't, because this is so tough to make out, but you can see it. There's like, I mean, I see a D-O-O-R, door, but I don't think it's meant to say door. It's immediately my brain is going to the castle puzzle. We've got castle on one column and a whole bunch of blanks in the other 2 columns. And it feels like this is supposed to go in to that puzzle. It feels like this is supposed to be a part of that puzzle. Where does it line up? Where does this D go? I need to start doing this in like MS Paint or something. Because I think that the cloister is actually related to this. When I was nudged about the cloister and I went back to look at my notes, even before I looked at my notes, I remembered there is like a CXET on that cloister note. Or it's not even on a note, it's like scribbled on the back of the statue. C as in castle, and E as in the end of castle, and then X, and then T. Maybe I've got one of those letters wrong, but I'm pretty sure it has C and an X, and those are on the same row. The X presumably is on the third column. So it could be that there is, that maybe those are not supposed to be 3-letter words. Because what word starts with a C and ends in an X? I don't think there's any word in the English language that's like that. So it must be something else. Maybe it's the hidden language. Maybe it's the secret language that we're still trying to decode. And the words that we're getting here are not meant to be English words per se until you decode them or translate them. Okay, I took my screenshot, right? I did take my screenshot. D-O-O-R. The secret passage had some additional information. What the fuck? Okay, good nudge. Good nudge. Wow. How many other rooms like this are there? How many other rooms have information like this that I need to get my hands on? Holy crap. I think I will take a commissary here. I like that this gets us a shot at a shovel and a magnifying glass. We should have a magnifying glass guaranteed. And yeah, it's pointing in the right direction, obviously. Let's take a commissary. And we see what we get. Running shoes. That's great. Now I really don't have to worry about steps. There's a sledgehammer here as well. And I forgot to open up that trunk, but I'm glad I forgot because now I get to open it with a sledgehammer and save a key. I think I'd buy all these, right? Sleeping mask. Do I need the sleeping mask? Maybe I don't need the sleeping mask. I will take the magnifying glass. I will take a sledgehammer because who knows, we might still make a power hammer. And I'll take the running shoes because I love not worrying about steps, especially if we have to go back outside. And then we head back to the bedroom to get the stuff in the trunk, right? But I mean, I guess I might as well get the sleeping mask because we're going to get more gold. We're going to get more gold. And at the same time, if I don't get more gold, I could just buy a moon pendant now without having to worry about getting any more gold. And I just don't think we're going to need the sleeping mask. With tennis shoes and a couple more classrooms, I think we should be fine. We still have the steps in the spare master bedroom. I'm going to hold off on buying the sleeping mask. Let's just get this chest. Even this, I don't know if I have to come back for immediately. There's the coins. Okay. Now we can probably buy the sleeping mask. All our worries are put to rest. I won't go directly back to the bedroom to get the stuff from the sleeping mask, but we'll have that. Steps should be no longer a problem at all if they ever were to begin with. Now, I don't think I use my silver key here. I'm okay with, like, if I get a classroom, then I just want to point it to the right. And because I still have the spare master bedroom over here, the West Wing hall over here, like I can draft the West Wing. I just want to make sure I point to the right. So I don't think I need to use my silver key. Just lockpick or a regular key. There's our classroom. Perfect. Just what I was hoping for. I just wanted to point the other way. That's all. Point over there. Room, classroom number 8. Boom. Exciting. We are getting there. No. No. It's been here the whole time. It's been here the whole time. Oh my God. Oh, oh, happy day. Oh my God. I might break into tears right now because I am so happy. I am so overjoyed at what I am seeing immediately. on the walls of grade 8. The Holy Grail. The Holy Gradle. No, Gradle's actually a thing, right? A Gradle is... No, I'm thinking of a dreidel. I got the South Park episode in my head all of a sudden, like dreidel. I'm going off. My brain is just going in every single direction right now. Grade 8. And we have Eurasian affix pairings, and we have Eurasian vocabulary. Yo. Holy shit. Oh my god. Screenshot. Most important screenshots in the game. Oh my god, I'm gonna lose my mind here. Give me this apple. I shouldn't be eating right now in the state that I'm in. Foreign language class, guys. We're finally here. We're finally here, bro. I'm so happy. Okay, let's learn Eurasian. So this is the language. It's actually just, if I'm saying that right, Eurasian. Arajan. AJ means first if it's a prefix. MA means small. OV means toward. Oh. Oven. Oven. Toward the end. I'm thinking of the phrase in the Inner Sanctum. Oven neveri. Is that... Oh, it's Oven, right? No, it's Ovin. O-V-I-N. So, O-V-I-N. I'm going to check my notes real quick, because I might be jumping the gun, but I am so curious about outside the house is my Google Docs name. Blueprints outside the house, and click on the Inner Sanctum, because I have to look at this again. O-V-I-N-N. Ovin. Do we have an I-N-N? When paired with a verb. Maybe we should just... Maybe I'm just jumping ahead. And I shouldn't do that yet, because there's probably going to be stuff on these worksheets as well. Okay, this is going to be really interesting. I am so geeked right now. I'm so fucking geeked. I am, though. I'm right at the spot where I need to take a break and get a little food. So let me take a break and calm down my brain from being so hyped that we're finally here in grade 8 and we're learning Eurasian. So let me get some sustenance, and let me also sit down, put my standing desk back in its seated position, and we can actually lock in and take our Eurasian vocabulary lessons properly in just a moment. Alrighty, break time is over, and something that I thought about during the break, once again, what time is it? Oh man, it's only 6:20. It's not even close to the sacred hour. We got so much time to study our new language. All right, let's see if we can work through this. I don't know if are we going to make it back? Will I remember to make it back to the clock tower at the right time? We'll see if that happens or not. We have prefixes. AJ is first. MA is small. OV is toward. NEV is new or the start of. And L is I or me. And then there's a little asterisk. I don't know exactly what it is, but a marking that has a little footnote. When paired with a verb, can mean I will or I won't. Similar to UL or LU. Okay. I'm noticing that looking from the prefixes to the suffixes, it's just the prefix and the suffix have just been, the order has been switched. Just like we did with the little math game and swapping the digits. We're just swapping the letters. So AJ becomes JA, which is last. AM for large. VO for away. So it's like, it's not just reversing the letters, but you're reversing or taking the opposite meaning of the corresponding prefix. Then is old or the end of. And LE is a lack of myself. I'm not sure I understand that one just yet, but it hopefully will make more sense once we see it in context. Okay, so that's the left-hand side. The right-hand side here, which I already took screenshots of these, correct? I did take... Before I forget, let me just go ahead and go through and take a screenshot of every single worksheet. Let's just get that out of the way here first. Worksheet screenshots. Before I forget. Get that little bit of housekeeping out of here. And then we go back to studying the studying the vocabulary. Lore, which I think we knew this one from a new clue, but lore stands for word. Q stands for house. Trey stands for tree. Yate stands for gate. Some of these are actually kind of similar, or they seem very closely related in spelling. Lune. I've been playing a lot of Expedition 33. Lune. Apparently Lune's name means water. Good to know. I'm sure she'll be glad to know that when we get back to Expedition 33. Dao is day, and Nai is night, and Arai is the future. So early Eurasian did not use any verbs. So today, the rare usage of verbs are comprised almost entirely of loan words and are mainly used to describe physical actions. What are loan words? So they did not use any verbs. How would that even work? How would you actually how would you describe anything without verbs? I'm sure there are some languages that are actually like that. Knowing the variety of languages that exist, okay, so with this knowledge in mind, can we now figure out Ovin Neverai? I'm not sure because I still don't see, unless we combine, see, it's O-V-I-N-N, not O-V-V-E-N. That's not Ovin. So I don't know what I-N-N means. Maybe we're supposed to piece things together without being told explicitly what I-N-N means. We do know that there's an I-N-N that's used with eclipse, in eclipse, and is eclipse. And we know that, I think from the note in the tomb, ovis is also a word that we've seen. So OV can be combined with both INN and ISS, I think. So it would be toward what? If we then look at Neverai, toward the start of, or the new future. The start of the future or the new future. Okay. Maybe we don't have to know exactly what INN means, but we can kind of guess that this phrase means into the future, toward the new future. Maybe INN is the. But why would you need to the? I don't know. I don't know if it's necessary. I don't even know if you need to say the. Okay, let's take that lesson though, those initial lessons, and see if we can make sense of this worksheet. So, hello, can you teach me a new word? Can you teach me a new word? So we know Nev is supposed to be new, and from a new clue, we know both lore and jor, don't we? Jor is name, lore is word. So I see. So this is where teach, we have seen, so they're just taking the word teach and putting this in here, although this may not be correct. It may not be, because Trissa here only did get 4 out of 6. But we've seen before the note that's next to Lady Epson's tomb did have what looked like English words in them. I don't know if we covered this during an episode or if it was the notes. I think it might have been the last notes review that I did, but we were noting the fact that that note seems to have actual legible English words as a part of it, as a part of other words with letters like UL attached onto them. So UL would be, well, we don't see UL here. We see EL. If EL, oh, we do see UL. I will or I won't. It would mean UL or LU could mean you. L, lay, a lack of myself. I see. It can be paired with a verb to say I will or I won't. So it's like LE or LU is the negative. Can you teach me a new word? Will teach. If it was like, will you not teach me a new word? You could say lu teach. Maybe, something like that. Now, Ajlor, AJLOR. AJ is supposed to be first, and lore is supposed to be word. So I think it looks like Trissa probably got this one wrong somehow, because it's like first word, you teach, new word, which I don't think is quite the translation that it's supposed to work there. The note says you should remember the Eurasian terms for these. I think maybe what this note is talking about is like, because I'm looking at other things here, there's like branch and trunk. So Trissa is just taking the English word and just putting it there. But apparently there is an Eurasian term for stuff like branch or trunk, maybe. The large house is toward the east. QM. Q, we know, is house from this side. And if we wanted to do large, we put AM on the end of it. So that looks correct. QM, large house, toward the east. Ove, toward. And is this where they're teaching us ETT is east? Do the other students also put... Maybe we should go one at a time and just confirm QM Ovet. So Maurice got 5 out of 6. Maurice is almost the gold standard here. And it looks like the only one that Maurice got wrong, or slightly wrong, was Ven Treven, number 5. The branches of the tree are old. The teacher said this was acceptable. So maybe it is counted as correct. Let's stick with one answer at a time, though. If we compare the first one, Ajlor, Ulteach, Nevlor, that feels wrong. But Maurice goes Ajlor, Nevlor. Ajlor. First word. Ajlor, Nevlor. So, what did... Phoebe also put Ajlor, Ulteach, Nevlor. It's always... when two students give the same answer, it's always very tempting to say they got it right. Was there a note on Phoebe's? No note, but Phoebe got 4 out of 6. QM Ovet, that was the same answer as Maurice. And Trissa, they all said the same thing for number 2. QM Ovet. Let's presume that's true. That seems true. Et being east. It looks like, let's also presume that that Maurice gets the first one wrong. It could be that both Phoebe and Trissa got the first one wrong. Could be. Maybe we won't make a presumption yet, or an assumption. Presumption, assumption, what's the difference? What is the difference, actually? Let's go to number 3. I will swim at dawn. El swim nev dao. We said dao was day, right? Could dao also be interpreted as dawn? El swim nev dao. Same answer. So EL, I will swim. I will swim at dawn. So the new day, right? That's what it is. New, the start of the day. I will swim at dawn. So that looks correct. L swim Ajdao. It looks like Phoebe got that one wrong because that should be... She put first day. I will swim on the first day, but that's not quite correct. It should be the start of the day, which is Nevdao. Okay, so Phoebe got number 3 wrong. Now, I won't read at night. That should be, well, it should be LE, but it should be a suffix. So it should be readlay. Readla, right? And or readle. I don't know how exactly you're supposed to pronounce it. I think we can make up our own rules here because it's a made up language. So, but all languages are made up. So it all depends, right? Trissa, I think, gets it right here. I won't read at night. NAI, I'm not sure if that's on the board. It is. NAI is night. And I'm guessing Readle Nigh. So both Maurice and Trissa got those correct. So that means Phoebe gets both 3 and 4 wrong. Okay, that's good to know, because that means that does confirm that 1 is correct, that 2 is correct, and 5 and 6 are correct. So the correct way to say the branches of the tree are old is Trey Ven. Really? Wait, what is Ven? The end of. The end of. Is, so you can use Ven twice? Oh, that's why this is acceptable. Because Ven is being used, because of course this is blueprints, and so there's wordplay, double meanings. Ven is being used in 2 different ways here. It's first of all being used to say you've got an old tree, so Treven, but on the old tree, you need to look at the end of the tree, which is the branch, or the branches. Is it plural or singular? Plural. The end of the tree are its branches. Is its branches? So I guess the proper way is to because Ven is a suffix, you're technically supposed to put it at the end, but you can duplicate it. Enclosed suffixes, or not enclosed, but encapsulated. What's the concept I'm going for here? I see what they're doing. Trey, Ven. You can double up on these suffixes. And presumably you could double up on the prefixes too, if the context made sense. But apparently you can also get away with using them as prefixes. So maybe we should be on the lookout for suffixes or prefixes being used in a bit of an unusual way. So then the last one here on Phoebe's is also correct. The trunk of the tree is small. Manev Trey? No, it's Ma-Nev Trey. Ma-Nev Trey. Ma being small. Nev being the start or new, the start of. And in this case, the start of the tree is the trunk. So the start of the tree, Nev Trey, is small, Ma. Okay, I think our homework is paying off here a little bit. Have we confirmed what the correct term is for, or the correct translation is for 3? We already figured that out, right? El swim Nevdao. So funny reading this out loud, hearing myself say these words, and then Readle Nye. Readle Nye. Readle Nye, the blueprints guy. Bill Nye, the science guy. Okay, so wow. This game is the best. This game is the best. It's moments like these when you find this sort of information. Because, I mean, it's the Rosetta Stone that I've been looking for. I've been waiting for this, right? I thought it might be in her ladyship's diary, but I've been waiting for this moment, and I wasn't sure we were going to get it. And because we've, we've made good progress into the game, but we haven't checked every single room yet. But I make this mistake all the time with mislikes. I have in the past when I haven't explored every single square inch of the game, and I know there's more game to come. I still start thinking to myself, what have I missed? What have I failed to find in other rooms that could give me the translation that I need to figure out this hidden language? The answer sometimes is just keep moving forward and go to a place you haven't been yet. Okay, let's continue drafting through the classroom. We've got our key situation. We're set on keys for the day. So all we're doing at this point is trying to get I think I might spend all my rerolls at the classroom just to try to get that final classroom. Maybe we'll get lucky here and just open up a classroom right off the bat. Okay, dang, that is a utility closet. But I'm not going to take that here. But I kind of want a utility closet if we still have this other clue to figure out with the low case clues. In the pantry is the last room that we have to check out to confirm what our forward message is. But I suspect it's going to say buried beside the West Wing, which means I think I want to get out onto the West Wing through the garage, and I would need a utility closet to help me do that. But I don't want to take a utility closet here. I don't want to take any of these. Passageway for free. Pog. I want to get that passageway at some point, but I have 13. Lucky number 13 redraws. And I think I might just spend all of them to try to get that last classroom. I may just do that. And I don't have to. The game is being nice. We're skipping an attic, but it means we get to grade 9. Holy shit. And look at that. There is a final exam. We got to check this out. What time is it? Yo, it's already almost 9 o'clock. Okay, time really does maybe move more quickly than I realized. Reddington Elementary. Graduation. 8 years certainly flew by. I just literally got done saying time flies. 8 years, huh? Final exam. Please take a seat. We'll look at that in just a moment. Let me make sure I am properly fed. Brain has plenty of glucose in the system to burn. Plenty of fuel for the brain. Am I ready for this right now? I have 30 minutes to do this? You got to be kidding me. I was worried there might be a clock that starts with this thing. Okay. And the music. Oh, God. Okay. Time pressure, guys, has begun. Your exam has begun. You will now have 30 minutes to complete the next 18 pages of questions related to the curriculum covered over the previous 8 grades. If you do not know the answer to a question, skip it and come back later. This is an open book exam, and you may use your notes and may retrieve information from other rooms to help you as long as you complete the test within 30 minutes. After you've completed your exam, it will be graded remotely, and results will be sent to you the following day. Okay. All right, let's take a look at this and see how we do. Yeah, sure enough, there are 3 flags that we need to figure out. Wait, are there 3 flags? Sam left his house at 6 a.m. and drove 3 hours north and passed 8 flags. He then turned northwest at Tanner Fork and drove another 3 hours and passed 4 additional flags of the same color before arriving at Trinsdale at noon. What color were the flags? Okay, let me read this again. He drove 3 hours north and passed 8 flags. He then turned northwest at Tanner Fork and drove another 3 hours and passed 4 additional flags of the same color before arriving at Trinsdale. What color were the flags? Okay, I think what I'm going to do here, so we have the final exam, but we cannot pause. Shit. So there's no pause on this final exam. Okay, what I'm going to try to do here is I'm going to, okay, if I'd have known how this was going to work, I would have maybe set this up a little differently. But what I want to do is I want to bring up my, I want to bring my notes on screen here so you all can see this. Let me go ahead and see if I can set this up in the moment here without panicking, because we have plenty of time if we do this correctly. I should have studied those colors though before getting to the final exam. I didn't think there was going to be a time limit on this thing. Fuck me. Okay, let me do this. Nope. Let me do that. And this is like, it's not stress music, but it's also not like super calming music either, because it's like this minor key that has like this foreboding tone to it. All right, let's bring up color worksheets. And also, I think I'm gonna wanna look at my guide to Reddington. I think this is where my map comes in. The Sightseer's Guide, correct? If I go to my Sightseer's Guide, and this is where I want to bring on screen, let me make sure, let's see if I have, leave that window there. How are we gonna do this? Okay, I think I have this set now to where if I want to go and I want to alt tab between the game and this should work now. I should be getting, okay, so you should see my notes. So when we look at our notes here from the Sightseer's Guide, this is telling us, like, this was the directions, wasn't it? In the word problem, he turned northwest at Tanner Fork, which is down here at the bottom. Tanner Fork goes through, we're going through Reddington. We're going through Reddington, and Reddington is a part of, well, it's a part of Fen Aries, isn't it? Are these not all just gonna be red flags? He left his house at 6 a.m., drove 3 hours north and passed 8 flags. He then turned northwest at Tanner Fork and drove another 3 hours and passed 4 additional flags of the same color before arriving at Trinsdale. Trinsdale Lake is right here. Trinsdale Lake. Is that not right by Trinsdale? Trinsdale Lake is one of Fen Aries' premier destinations. It's got to be a red flag, right? Because he's not traveling outside of... He's not traveling outside of Fen Aries, is he? Fen Aries, the 3rd largest city in Fen Aries, inside of former capital Reddington. And the way that this classroom has been set up, this is not an Orinda Black Flag friendly classroom, right? This is all, we're living under the assumption here that we have to conform to the Red Guard standards. Oh shit, you actually lock in your answer when you do that. So I need to be a little bit careful here because I can't change my answer. Okay, I don't think I was gonna give a different answer on this first one, but I think that's what we're going with. We just have to be careful about the, where, oh shit, in the scenario above, where does Sam live? I might not have gotten that right then, because if he lives near Reddington, but this is not listed here. Reddington is not one of the options. Reddington, shit. Is Reddington, it says it's the 3rd largest city in Fen Aries. But we don't have Fen Aries as an option. We have the Grand City of Fen, but that's not correct, is it? Is it actually Oris? Is it actually Oris? What is the clue here that is going to tell us exactly? It could be a part of the history of Arindia, right? So the history of Arindia is another, probably a very important one to look at here. So Ajira is also known, oh, it's the first era denoted as Ajira by the ascension of the first king of Arindia, whose name Oris would later grace the burgeoning township in which he was crowned. So it might be Oris, the township in which he was crowned. Does that mention Iraja? Iraja is the... Oh, dang. There's a lot of this information. Oh, here it is. From the secluded mountains of Redington to the public stage of Oris, leaving castle and court behind. I think it might be Oris. I'm not 100% sure about this one, so we'll come back to it. Let's see how many questions there are. How many pages? This is quite a few pages. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, this is forever. Dude, there's so many. Dude. I'm so gonna fail this exam. I am so gonna fail this. I am not happy right now. I shouldn't have clicked on this. Why did I click on this? I'm such a dummy. All right, maybe we can get most of these. What color is most often associated with hallways? This one we know. Okay, that's an easy one. Which of the following would be the least patriotic room pairing? The least patriotic room pairing. A chapel in Fen Aries. That's a red room in Fen Aries. That's fine. A shop in Arch Aries. A greenhouse in Kararik. Oh, I need to know the colors of the... Oh, I need to know the colors of the countries, which I don't know. I'm so pissed right now that I did not study for this exam, man. I didn't, and this is so unlike me because I'm the straight A student, man. I always study enough for the exam, and if I don't, like, this is how I feel. This is why I study for it, because I don't want to feel like this during an exam. What color is the fruit that gives you +3 steps when consumed? That is a banana, right? The oranges give you 5. It's not an apple because that gives you 2. Except green apples give you 5. It's yellow. It's the banana. Solve the problem. 5 minus 5. Wait a second. It's 0. Okay, 0 is an answer. I was like, this is 0 because 5 minus 5 is 0 times 2 is 0. 0. Solve the following problem. 5 times 2 is 10, plus 2 is 12, times 2 is 24. Solve the following problem. I just wish the exam were all math problems. The problem is it's gonna throw in those screwy sine wave tennis balls at the end, and I'm gonna be fucked. Solve. 5 minus 2 is 3, times 5 is 15, plus 1 is 16, minus 5 is 11. Okay. So far, so good on those. Okay, lots of math problems here. This is good. We can zoom through these. Solve the following problem. 10, it's not 1 plus 0, right? It's 10 times 4, which is 40, divided by 5 is 8, minus 4 is 4. 1 minus 4 is actually -3. Are they going negatives on us here? Times 2 is -6, plus 7 is 1. Okay, I think we can do that. We just never do it on the dartboard, because the dartboard doesn't have negatives. So it never forces us into negative numbers, but I don't see why we wouldn't go negative on a regular old math test. Solve the following problem. 3, I don't have to read that every time. 3 minus 4 is a -1, times 8 is -8, divided by 2 is -4, plus 5 is +1. Okay, I feel good about these. Which element on the periodic table is represented by the symbol C? I think, isn't that just carbon? We could even just look at our periodic table here, right? Which I have in my classrooms. I think I have a screenshot of the periodic table. Was I that? Oh, I didn't, but I think I have it in my laboratory. My laboratory screenshots do show it for us here, but I think it's just carbon. I feel less confident about my chemistry compared to my math, but oh, this doesn't really tell us. It's carbon, right? It's carbon. Come on, it's a C as a carbon, because calcium is like C. I don't know what it is, but calcium I know has 2 letters, and I'm pretty sure copper and chlorine also have 2 letters, right? It's carbon. I'm gonna go with carbon. Which element appears in the periodic table directly below helium? He has Ne, which is neon. Which of the following is not a real element found on the periodic table? Oh, look at this Mount Holly. Let's see, is Mt on there? Is Mt on the periodic table somewhere? Blow this up a little bit bigger. Mt. I do see MT there. I just don't remember what it stands for. HO? HO's on there. What is HO? LL. Do I see a Y? There is a Y on here. but I also don't remember what that is. I don't remember what the vast majority of elements actually stand for. I think AU is gold, just randomly, but I guess LL is not on there. And LL Cool J is like, yeah, I'm not an element, bro. So LL is the answer. Okay. All right. Which element on the periodic table is represented by the symbol AG? It's not argon, because I think argon is actually AR. I think it's silver. I think I remember that. AU is gold and AG is silver. Pretty sure about that one. Which element could not be used in the spelling of the word clues? Oh. Which element could not be used? Radon, because radon actually is like RN or something. I think chlorine could be used because it is like Cl. But you could also use carbon because that's a C. And uranium could be used because that's a U. Uranium, we actually have uranium in our classroom notes, actually. I'm gonna keep it here on the periodic table. I think it's radon. Pretty sure it's radon. How many elements are in the top row of the periodic table? That would be 2. The very top row has 2. Okay. All right, 15 minutes left with still like, we're only a third of the way through. The city of Fenn is south of which small body of water? Trinsdale Lake? I think we just found that earlier, right? And I might have to like just guess on some of these if I'm gonna be, we're taking maybe a little bit too much time checking notes here, but it's gotta be Trinsdale Lake, doesn't it? What are the other things here? Sea of Aries, Morning Bay, Cora Cove, Morning Bay. Was that in the classroom? Was that here in there was a classroom geography thing right here. Oh, look at that. This did come in handy. Morning Bay. Oh my God, it actually did come in handy. That's crazy. I am also noticing here, I'm wondering if Oris is, I think Oris has to be the answer to the whole, that first answer. First, for the sake of time, I just don't think we're gonna have time if I have to go back later and think through these other questions. I'm just gonna say, well, maybe I will on that one, but I'm gonna say this one is Oris. I think this is Oris, but, because it feels like Oris, he goes Tanner Fork, which is like south of Reddington, isn't it? I'm just gonna say Oris. If we get this wrong, we get it wrong. I don't know what the passing score is on the final exam. A shop in Arch Aries. I just don't know on these. I might have to guess. We'll come back to it. This is so stressful. This is not, the time limit. The city of Fenn is south of which small body of water? Morning Bay. How many cities in Fenn Aries are larger than Reddington? How many cities in Fenn Aries are larger than what? I have no fucking clue on that. Larger than Reddington. I guess we're gonna go by the cities on here that look like they're larger in by their letter size. So Fenn and Oris, maybe. I'm just gonna guess 2. I'm guessing because I'm out of time, or I'm going to be out of time. Which of the following realms is not near Fenn Aries? Which of the realms is not near Fenn Aries? Nuance, right? Or is it Kararika? If we go back to our classroom here, Fenn. Nuance is actually kind of close. It's not connected by land, but it is somewhat close. Kararika is actually on the other side of the planet, I think. So let's go with Kararika. Which sigil denotes the realm of Arch Aries? I think we know that one to be the mountain. That one I feel pretty confident about. Arch Aries we figured out was the mountain. What realm is directly north of Araja? That one, well, it has to be Fenn Aries, right? Or no realm is north of Araja? Really? No. We have to, there's a book that tells us this. We know, we can figure this one out. There's a book here that tells us. Araja is the hourglass, and Fenn Aries / Arinda Aries is to the north of that, and then Arch Aries is to the north of that. And it says directly north of Araja, so it has to be Fenn Aries. I think. Where are you right now as you take this exam? Mount Holly, Reddington, Fenn Aries. Isn't that it? We're not Featherfall Keep. We can rule that one out. Mount Holly, Reddington. That's where our postcard is in the bedroom. Fenn Aries. If we're not, we're supposed to be loyal to the Fen Ares crown here, so I'm not going with the Children of the Blackwater answer. Which two pieces of art would be best paired to depict the letter B? Which pieces of art? Birch tree and oak tree. Birch, oak, no. Hay bale, mug of ale. It's that, because, right, bale and ale. Which of the following pieces of art was not displayed in the grade 5 classroom? Did I take enough screenshots of my... Hold on, I think I need to open up my my Steam screenshots. 1 second. Grade 6 was all of the slideshow stuff that we had. And then we had the history worksheet. And then... Oh shit, wait a minute. Was the history worksheet actually... Algebra was ranked 7? And so the history worksheet... Oh god, did I not take any screenshots of that room at all? I can go back there, can't I? I can go back there. Which of the following pieces of art was not displayed in the grade 5 classroom? We're in 9. 5 is way back down here. I'm gonna pass on that one for now. I'm gonna be out of time. I'm just gonna pass on that one. Or maybe guess, I don't know. Pry, flan, bride. Oh, that's right. I didn't take any screenshots of that. Pry, bride, jungle. Pry. I'm gonna go with pry. I don't remember there being a pry, and that's also a verb, which I don't think any. It's all nouns, right? Which of the following pieces of art is not displayed in Mount Holly's entrance hall? Face, Trinsdale, Realize, Ace. We know there's a face and an ace. Trinsdale and Realize? I think Realize is in the gallery. I'm gonna go with that. We gotta start guessing some of these, man. I'm feeling so pressed for time. Can you find the difference? Wait, what? Is the angel supposed to be... Wait, what the heck? Can you find the difference? B-I-M-R? Whoa, what the fuck is this? I have no idea what this is supposed to be. Oh no, it's a pairing, isn't it? Hold on. B-I-M-R. It's angel, or is it Orinda? It's Orinda versus Orindia. So it's an I. That's what it is. This is Orindia, this is Orinda. Wow, it actually, oh my god, this game. Who was the first crowned ruler of Fen Ares? It was Prince Lyrson, was it not? Because General Teskin got defeated, it was Lyrson. I could be wrong about that. It might have been Teskin. I didn't study my history. I could have checked right now. In which era, I feel so rushed for time. In which era were the railways of Fen Ares destroyed? Let's quickly skim the notes. That we might be able to figure that out. The railways were destroyed. I should have checked this, shouldn't I? King Desolates. That was the previous era. Prince Lyrson. It was Prince Lyrson who was the first, wasn't he? He was the first. So when were the trains destroyed, or when were the? I'm skimming here to see. The era of ruin. After the passing of kings, it might be the era of ruin. Is that an answer? The 5th era? It's not. So it has to be. The current era is the 6th era. Maybe it was the 3rd era. I am not sure. I feel like so much time is ticking away here. I don't know on this one. I'm just gonna pass. How long did the War of the Fifth Era last? We know that one, 22 years. We know that one. Let's just keep going. What was the first capital city of Fen Ares? The Grand City of Fen? No. Wasn't it? Which realm gifted Fen Ares a dirigible to head? The dirigible must be Nuance. That's what the stamp is, right? That must be Nuance. The deciding battle of the War of the Fifth Era was fought on the southern shores near what famous landmark? What famous landmark? The deciding battle. The deciding battle was fought near the Gardens of Fen. So it was like the Royal Museum of Fen. That's what I'm gonna go with, because it looks like the Gardens of Fen were transformed into a battlefield. Let's go with Royal Museum, because the others, I don't really see them as necessarily being an option. I'm not going to get all these math ones right. This one I think we should get right. That's 36. 6 squared is 36. 3 squared is 9. Minus 3 is 6. I think I feel good about that one. This, if we just reverse the digits, is 21. Okay. Then, what is this? I don't know what the tennis ball means. I don't know what it means. 11, it would normally be like 11 divided by 3, but that makes no sense. I don't know. 4 squared is 16, plus 5 is 21, times 2 is 42, minus 1 is 41. Okay? And then this one I just have no idea. I'm gonna skip it. I'm gonna skip the ones I have no idea, and we'll just maybe guess at those at the end. What is the Eurasian word for house? House was one we just looked at. We can look at my screenshots here and see the word for house is right here, and it's hue. I should have maybe remembered that, but it's hue. What does nev yate mean in Eurasian? We can look at our screenshots. We haven't memorized this yet, but we know that the start of nev yate is gate. New gate, okay, new gate. The phrase travenly can be translated in several ways. Which of the following is not an acceptable interpretation of the phrase? So LE means, let's look at this. So tre is tree, and then ven is the old or the end of, so it could be branches. And then the other one is lay, which is LE, a lack of myself. So then what are the options here? That old tree is not owned by me. That could be acceptable. My tree is not very old. That could also be acceptable. I cannot see the tree trunk. That could be, versus I am not an old tree. I am not an old tree. But C, I'm gonna go with C, because I don't think you're supposed to say I cannot see the tree trunk. I think that's the one. There's no C in this. The answer is C, but not S-E-E. How would you say the following phrase in Eurasian? You have a very, very long name. Oh shit. So name is jor, correct? As in, so the ones that have jor in them are the ones, I think it's this one actually, right? Ul, ra, jor, am. Am is large, and I'm guessing ra might mean very. You have a very long name. I think this is the only one that makes sense because it's the only one that has jor in it. How would you tell in Eurasian, count me out? Count me out. Count? Is count a word? I think I might have to go with L count vo. Vo as in out. Leave Lou. I'm gonna go with count me out because L is me. Count me out. VO might be out. Let's just go with that. That's my best guess. Using the provided Eurasian terms for cardinal, well, what the fuck? For cardinal directions above, what would be the clearest way you could give directions to someone to point A to get them to point B? What? Oh, that's what these are. In, is, or, at. Oh, okay, got it. North, south, east, west, east. So you want to go from point A and go north, and then go east, and then go south. So north is in, east, south. Okay, that's actually really easy. Actually very easy. In ancient Orinda, the number 8 was considered by Aegean scholars to be mathematically near perfect, though many in the secular sphere held that only this advanced form of 8 was worthy of numerical perfection. Numerical perfection. I see 2 squares. I see a square and a diamond. I see a square and the double sine waves, but I also see like double sine waves outside of the squares. I don't know what the sine waves mean. So this one is like a pure guess. We got 3 minutes to basically do pure guesses on whatever we left blank. The number 8 was considered by Aegean scholars to be mathematically near perfect, though many in the secular sphere held this only this advanced form of 8 was worthy. I don't know. I have no frickin' clue. Which one feels right? Squaring it and reversing it? Is it possible? This is not a square root, right? No. The tennis ball is not square root. What the fuck do I know? I'm just gonna go with... Oh, 46. That's what it is. It's room 46. Square 8 to get to 64 and then swap it to get a 46. Holy shit. That might be the answer. Okay. What did we leave blank? This one here. So I don't know. I still don't know what tennis ball means. So we're just going to go with 4. I have no clue. Which era were the railways destroyed? Third era. No fucking clue. What's up? What else is blank? We're a minute and a half left. I think honestly, under the circumstances, we did pretty damn good here. I don't know the colors yet. Other than Fen Aries is red, that makes sense. Is Arch Aries yellow? I don't know. Is Kararika green? I don't know. Is Araja purple? I think it is. So it's either B or C? Shop in Arch Aries greenhouse in Kararika? Green is, I don't know. I don't know what color green is. I'm gonna go with B. I don't know. I don't freaking know. Is that it? Did we get them all? I think we filled in all of them. And that's about the best that we were going to do given our 30-minute time limit, which felt like so much at first, and then it felt like so little. Oh, this one I didn't guess. I didn't guess this one. So let's just guess 140. And the final exam is complete. And my stressful piano dirge is now done as well. Okay, I want to at the very least take screenshots of all of these. Because there are, in addition to being a super stressful exam, there's actually some important information in here, I think. We learned, what did we learn? We learned some new, I think we learned some new stuff. One thing we learned is that we need to study more to be ready for the, we might still pass, who knows? We might still get a passing grade on the final exam. I don't know what the criteria is. I guess we'll find out tomorrow. I hate that feeling though. I hate that feeling when I get out of an exam that I know I could have done better. I know I could have done so much better if I'd have just studied a little better. I hate that feeling. You know what that feeling's like, guys? What did we learn though? We learned, this was a fun one. I was so stressed out about this one at first. Like, what the fuck is this? Oh, word pairings. That's right. We're playing blueprints. Some of these were very easy because there were certain pieces of information that just stuck out like a sore thumb. But the room 46 at the very end, the very last clue. I'm so glad that we know the language now, though. Holy crap. I mean, we don't know the language. We're not an expert fluent by any stretch, but we now know in, is, or, et, of course. Of course these things, well, I would have never guessed that they mean north, south, west, east. I would have never guessed it. I'm probably taking duplicate screenshots here, but there it is. There it is. The end of the exam has been reached. I thought I was supposed to sign my name here, but I could have used the magnifying glass as well, but I don't think you needed it for anything. Don't think it was needed. I will certainly, when I go back to do editing at some point. Oh, the exam is gone. It has been, it's in the mail. The proctoring has been done, and I will certainly be doing some studying when I go to do some editing to try to figure out what I missed. But yeah, okay. Hopefully, let me go ahead. I'm going to switch back to my normal mode here, so I just have the game on my OBS recording, and yeah, that's where we're going to. I almost need like another break. And I think maybe I will take one to just calm down because that was more stressful than it should have been. So another break I think is in order. And then we'll resume our draft here. Because we've accomplished our goal of drafting all the classrooms. So we did that. We just don't know if we passed the final exam yet. Maybe you guys know. But the only other goal then for today is to get some bookshops. So we want to get as many dice as we can and then go and draft some libraries. So after the break, we shall continue. I also just remembered, actually, before going to break, I did just remember time does not freeze during the pause menu. Okay, it's almost 1:30. So we're actually going to take, we should have more than enough steps here. We're going to, let's go. I don't know if we're going to make it in time, but I want to go to the clock tower. Shit. I don't know if we're going to make it now to the clock tower, and I might end up wasting a whole bunch of steps in the process. but we're going to do it. We're going to try to go. Which way to make it to the clock tower? Which way gets us there? Clock tower. Oh, I have to go all the way around, don't I? Because, oh, the clock tower's on the other side of the house. I don't think I'm going to make it, guys. I don't think I'm going to make it all the way around to the clock tower, but let's try, because maybe there's a little bit of a grace period. Maybe you don't have to be there exactly at 1:30. I just realized this as soon as I almost went to break. I almost shut the recording off momentarily, or paused it or whatever. And then I realized, wait a second, let me check the clock. And I realized we're coming up on the sacred hour. But now I think we're going to be too late, if there is anything that happens at all. The good news is that we got sneakers, so we're not wasting a whole bunch of steps here as we make our way around the house, outside the house, but I don't think we're going to make it in time. But again, I could be completely off base here. Like, the sacred hour, I don't know exactly what it means in... what do we have to do with the clock tower in regards to the sacred hour? It might be more complicated than just being in the clock tower at a certain time. I don't know yet. What I do know is that I have to head... oh shit, I gotta go around here. This is so many steps. This is so many steps, and I'm gonna be late. I am going to be so freaking late to get to the clock tower. We're at... I don't even know what time we're at here. This is stressing me out. I guess what we'll get to do is we'll get to spread some gold from the office. Because I am... no, I went the wrong way. Shit, I went the wrong way. God damn it. God damn it. I'm losing my mind and I'm not even going to be there in time. This is so unlike what I normally do. And now I'm getting pissed at myself. That I didn't notice this in time. No! Oh my god. I hope there's a grace period. If there's something that's supposed to happen at 1:30... we're late. We're late. And I don't know if I missed anything. Shit. Because nothing seems different. I don't notice anything different here. And... yeah, I just don't know. If you are supposed to be directly in the clock tower at 1:30, well, we missed it. Shit. Now I spent a whole bunch of steps in the process. I'm a little mad at myself. I'm a little perturbed. Because nothing seems different. The sacred hour is important somehow. And the only things I can think are that I either need to be in the clock tower at 1:30 or I need to draft it at 1:30. Can I somehow manipulate time? Am I supposed to be able to actually change the hands of time when I'm in the clock tower? Or does time just move unending? Do I have any effect over this at all? Like, can I actually interact with these gears in any way that I've just never noticed? It doesn't look like it. It looks like the only thing that I can actually interact with here is the stupid little note on the table that I probably need to revisit and figure out what it means. But now I'm a little bummed. Now I'm a little bummed that I didn't make it to the clock tower in time and I spent a bunch of steps. And is my draft going to be screwed up because of that? I do have a bunch of steps to collect from the Starfish Aquarium and the boudoir with the sleeping mask, so I can recoup some steps here when I go back to the Foundation. And there's still the spare master bedroom, so I'm not screwed by any means at all. So I don't need to at least stress out about the fact that I wasted a bunch of steps. But I feel like I'm close to onto something with the clock tower, but man, we just missed it. Okay, well, there's nothing else to do but to wait for 1:30 to come back around when it does again, because it will eventually. And maybe that's how I'll end my draft. I'll just sit around in the clock tower for who knows how long it takes. Okay, I've taken another break, and I think I've sufficiently calmed down, both from the final exam as well as the hurried rush, the frantic rush to get back here to the clock tower, which proved fruitless. We'll get here at some point when the clock is at 1:30. We will do it eventually. It will happen at some point. For now, we can go ahead and spread a bunch of gold, since we did have to come through the office. It is one of the rooms that we have to go back through on our way back. So we might as well spread a bunch of gold on the estate. And yeah, it's already been an amazing draft because we did make it all the way to the freaking final exam. I just wish with the final exam that they had given us a warning. I just wish that the game, just like with the stopwatch, it doesn't give you a warning that you're about to pick up an item that's going to make you run around like a headless chicken, drafting, panicking, but they don't give you a warning either. With the final exam, you gotta hit the ground running, and be ready. Be ready to have all the answers. There were coins over here in the chapel. I almost skipped over them. They do give us some coins here from the office. Coins here in the conservatory as well. But yeah, I just wish there were a warning. I wish they'd give me a heads up, because I wanted to be a little more ready, a little more prepared. We're not drafting that door. We're drafting later once we have dice. Yes? Or do we just draft them now? Do we just draft these library doors now? We'll be able to come back. We're going to get a bunch of steps from the bedrooms that are next to the foundation, so we can come back. We'll come back. Hopefully we get a couple more dice from some chests or something. And we're not going to spend any steps as we go around to the foundation, so that's fine. Everything's going to be fine. We are still looking for a pantry if we can help it, but that's not like a major... If worst comes to worst, we'll look at my notes, just like we were doing during our open book final exam. We can check our notes to see what is the lowercase word on the note that's in the pantry. We still don't have a shovel. There's a lot of digging that we could do to get steps if we had a shovel. There was no shovel in the commissary, so probably the only way that we could get our hands on a shovel would be through some green rooms. Let's quickly go down. Let's see how we want to do this. I think what we do now is we draft from the West Wing Hall. We go ahead and draft over here on the west side, because now we've gotten our classrooms, and we'll just fill out the house as best we can and just start from where we're at. But we can, but before we draft from the West Wing Hall, we get the steps from the aquarium, and we get the steps from the boudoir, sleeping mask. And then we check for any coins that are in here as well. And there are a bunch of coins that have been spread. Cool. Any coins in the classroom over here? If there were, I probably wouldn't. Gold is not like oh, there was gold here. Gold's not a major priority. It's just like a cool extra thing. If we want to go back to the showroom at some point and pick up a moon pendant, which I do want to get. I had a feeling we would definitely get a garage, but I kind of, without a utility closet, the garage is less exciting. Because, I don't know, I feel like we need to open the garage. And we could still get the garage offered by drafting to the east or the west wing from the spare master bedroom. So this might be the spot to take the utility closet. We have been offered the utility closet like 3 times today, haven't we? That seems like very above average. Very above average, but I don't know if I want to press my luck. But even if we got the garage open, even if this clue that I think I'm going to do it. I'm actually going to check. I'm going to check my notes. We got to the patio, the office, and the nook naturally. I'm just going to look at the pantry, which we've been to a million times already, and see what the note there says and what is the lowercase word that's on that note. Let me take a look and see. Oh. Oh. As I was thinking about it, I was like, isn't the lowercase word? We can look at it together here. Actually, I'll bring it back onto the screen just temporarily for us all to look at together. But I thought to myself, isn't the lowercase word on that note Bridget? Like, I've seen that note enough times where I kind of felt pretty confident that the lowercase word was Bridget. But I thought, that's a name. That doesn't make any sense. But it's not quite Bridget. It's just bridge. Bridge is lowercase. So now, if we go to my notes where I've been filling this all in, we go to my notes here, you'll get a sneak peek on my notes that the people who get to tune into the notes review sessions have already seen a few different times. But wait, where is the I was putting it on, what page did I put it on actually? No, it is right here. What am I thinking? Bridge. It's right there. Buried bridge west. Sorry, buried beside West Bridge. We need to get back out onto the west side of the house, don't we? We need to get out to the west side of the house. But we also need a shovel. So this may not happen today. This might not happen if we are being honest with ourselves, because I'd need a shovel to do some digging. So I don't know what to pick here. I think I will take the utility closet, though, because I feel like I have a couple more shots at the garage if I'm drafting to the west wing from the left hand, or sorry, from the right hand side, from column 2 to column 1. I should have a couple shots at the garage. And so now I don't know if I have to get back out through the garage, because where is this west bridge that we're talking about? Where exactly is that? There's a west bridge that goes to the outer room, isn't there? Maybe that's the west bridge that we're supposed to talk about here, that we're referencing. I'm still going to take it though, just in case. Let's stick with that game plan of we take the utility closet in hopes of being able to open the garage door. And yeah, that's the best I can think of right now. That's the best I can do. Now we drive through the master bedroom. And this is where I may use a silver key. There's not too many places where a silver key is, where else it's going to come in handy, so I may as well use it here if I have to. We also got 40 something steps just now, which is awesome. So cool. Does that, I wonder if that counts the +1 step for each room in your house. How many rooms do we have so far? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 33, +5 for the sleeping mask. So we got 38 steps, didn't we? We were at like 27 just a moment ago. So that means I think the master bedroom, the spare master bedroom, it doesn't give you the steps until you actually step in the room. And at that moment, that's when it does its calculation. Is that true? Don't tell me for sure, but I think I'll see in my editing that it gave me that amount of steps. So you can like draft this and wait, which is what we did. I wasn't planning on doing it, but you can just wait around and get as many rooms as possible before you go to claim those steps. That's kind of crazy. Let's use the silver key here, because I think I want to use this as opposed to keeping it in my inventory for tomorrow with a moon pendant or something. Let's just use it now. A dining room would definitely solve the rest of our steps problems, and it's much better than these other two rooms because we can just rotate it. And then the dining room points the way we want it. Perfect. Steps problems are for sure out of here forever. And ever and ever and ever. Never again to be a concern. There's even a salt shaker in here. Are you kidding me? Talk about overkill. Do I ever not pick up the salt shaker because I don't want it tomorrow? I actually do, right? I actually leave it on the table because I actually at this point would rather have a greater chance of carrying over an ornate compass than a salt shaker. So this is the point where we kind of stop picking up items if we really don't need them. Because I already have a silver spoon. There's no reason for me to pick up a salt shaker, you know? You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? I'm not going to wait for a trophy room. Just take my stuffed quail now because it gets me 40 steps, does it not? That's how a silver spoon works. Boom. Steps out of here. Don't even need to think about them again. Let's take our shot at a garage. Or we whittle down the rooms that could get offered first by drafting away. Let's go the other direction first. And then we'll make the garage more likely by, oh my god, that sound effect. Let's take a courtyard here for sure. Because that might have a shovel. It does have a shovel! Yo! Yo ho ho and a bottle of shovels. That is such a good sight. Because at the very least, even if we don't get a garage, we will have the opportunity to go back outside to the bridge that's by the outer room. And maybe we can just dig up a thing. Our last floor plan, maybe we can dig it up. Even without a garage, we can see. We will find out soon enough. Ah, dice. Yes. Boom. Easiest Geist bedroom of my life because we want dice to reroll not for a garage, but for a bookshop. That's what I want to see. Okay, I'm starting to like how this is coming together. Are there any lowercase? Okay, this entire note is lowercase. the Geist bedroom. Who knows? There could be a clue. There could be a clue in this note still that I haven't decoded, but I'm not going to worry. I'm not going to waste brain power on that at the moment. Let's try to draft a garage through the dining room. No garage. Do we just go with another courtyard? That seems more interesting. Yeah, the courtyard is well, the closet could have a die. I was thinking we take the courtyard because it could have a trunk, which could have dice, but I feel like the closet actually has the more natural chance just to have a die. So I'm actually going to take the closet here because I just want as many dice as I can get my hands on. And we do get a die. Look at that. We're making the right decisions here, I think, and we're getting rewarded. Which always feels so good when you're drafting. It feels so good. All right, no garage. We could take an attic. I don't know if we can draft the garage on rank 9. We should probably take the courtyard just so we can draft that last corner room. The attic at this point, we're not really making contraptions. And I just don't need the resources from the attic. In terms of drafting, I think I'd much rather have the courtyard here. The attic, has it ever contained dice? I don't think so. I don't remember ever seeing dice in the attic. So I'm going to take the courtyard instead. And it gives me one more room up in the corner that could also give me dice. And it gives us a trunk, which could give us dice. Not this time. Okay, we're getting funky sound effects here because the program has been running for some time. Because I can't pause and restart the program because otherwise I'll lose my draft. That's a secret garden key that I really don't want. We're going to try to use that key because I do not want to carry that over to tomorrow. So we'll try to use that over here on rank 8. On the other side, on the east wing. So I don't think it'll let us draft it here in the corner. I don't think it will. If I try to use a secret garden key here, it'll say won't fit, right? Yeah. So we had that one bug one time where the aquarium did get offered in the corner, but I think someone in the comments did confirm that that was a bug. Let's see what we get in the corner, though. I don't think you can get the garage here. I don't think you can get the garage. We could check the pantry, but we know what the word is now. And it's not bird. It's bridge. None of these really matter. None of these really matter. Do any of these have a chance to get us dice? I don't think so. Servants' quarters would let us run payroll if we wanted to. We already have a broken lever. We don't need to get the storeroom to try to get a broken lever. I don't see what we would use a broken lever for anyways, other than maybe playing the casino. Golden roulette machine. Golden slot machine. I'll take the servants' quarters because maybe we run payroll, but I don't think so. Or I can't think of any other reasons to take any of the other rooms. So we'll just go and grab a crap ton of keys that we don't really need. And this just feels like every day that we're drafting now. It is funny thinking about thinking about this note now about there are 12 major keys. Major kind of means could mean something different now, right? Because now that we finally have had, holy shit, we got our Araja vocabulary lesson, which is still tripping me out. I don't have it in my spreadsheet yet, my Google Doc, but I have it in my screenshots. And I know now that Ma, M-A, means small, and we know that Jor means name. So major could mean small name. That doesn't make any sense in this context. What does that mean? There are 12 small name keys? Does that make sense? 12 small name keys? But it makes me wonder, right? Because we've seen in a new clue, we've seen Ma Jor be split down the middle. What dual meanings could that take on? Who knows? Because the suspect is major. The suspect is a small name. Was that supposed to be that clue there? Bo Lee is a small name, isn't it? Maybe that was the clue. From here, we go to draft the upper right corner. We're healthy on dice, where we have more dice than I already could have hoped for, but maybe we can get a couple more. So let's try. The pool would be one room with a couple swim trunks in it that I would be very interested in opening. Now, these dig sites, if we got a jackhammer could dig up dice. So if we got offered a workshop, then I might take it now because we could get a battery in the workshop, maybe. And then we could make a jackhammer. So let's not dig up any more dig sites because we don't need the steps and we don't need the keys or the gold. Let's just go and see if we get offered a workshop, and we can think about whether or not we would have the opportunity to craft a jackhammer. We probably still want to buy a moon pendant and just that, because I don't think I'm ever buying the chronograph because that makes it less likely that I get my hands on a bookshop. We've bought out the commissary, correct? So yeah, only one thing to do. I would love it, man. It would be awesome if we passed this final exam, even as stressed as we were. That would be cool. I don't know if it's going to happen, though. Okay, hey, we drew the drawing room. So we have a successful experiment. +1 star. Get. Awesome. We're not taking a drawing room. And we're not taking a closed exhibit. We're probably taking an armory. Do I settle for an armory? It won't have dice, I don't think. But it could have another axe. It could have another axe. The other items are not particularly helpful, though. The axe is the only one that I would be interested in getting. But there might be other weapons or armor that we haven't seen yet. But we're so late in the draft now, we can't really make use of the shield. The Morning Star would be okay. We could pick it up and carry over get another star added to our total for tomorrow. I think the armory is still a new enough room. We haven't seen it. We've only seen it 2 times. We don't know for sure what all is sold there yet. So I think we should take it and see what we get. Because maybe there's a new item in there. I think that's fine. You never know. There is, in fact, an axe. Okay. And a morning star. So we could take the axe, and that would be most of our gold. I have not been looking for gold, by the way. We spread a bunch of gold around the house, and I forgot to look for it. We'll look on our way back, because maybe there's still some more gold to be found. Why don't we hold off on... We don't need to purchase any of these things, except for maybe the Knight's Shield. But would I ever take a red room here? Maybe I would take Lost and Found. Maybe I might take Lost and Found. But I kind of would rather buy an axe and then be able to get enough gold to purchase a moon pendant as well. I'll go ahead and just draft this next room. That, like, I'm not gonna spend the gold on the Knight's Shield here to protect me from a red room. Let's just I can't use the secret garden key still. Doesn't fit here, but we can lockpick it or not, or we can just use a regular key. Well, let's just go without the Knight's Shield, and we take an observatory because there's only one room more after this. Yeah, that's fine. Observatory it is. The solarium. Do I ever take the solarium because it makes the bookshop more likely? Does it do that? Does it actually make the bookshop more likely? Because the library says discover less common floor plans while drafting in the library. Does that mean take the rooms that are less probable currently based on all of your buffs that you have? Because here's the thing, like, the solarium makes unusual and rare rooms more likely. I don't know if it makes them more likely than commons or uncommons or standards, but it certainly buffs the offering rate for unusual and rare rooms. In doing so, by making those rooms more likely to be drafted, is that actually counteracting what the library is doing? So that, like, let's say the solarium actually made the attic more common than the den, for example. So then when you go to draft the library and it sees, the den right now, based on everything this player has done, including bringing the solarium into their house today, that means that the den is less likely to be offered than the attic. Therefore, that's a less common floor plan. And so I'm going to offer that instead. I'm going to rebuff the chance that the den is offered over the attic. I don't know for sure how the mechanics work, right? And maybe I'm overthinking it, and I should just go with the Occam's razor thing of, hey, these are just going to stack together to make rare rooms more likely. The library and the solarium are going to help each other to make the bookshop more likely. Because that's certainly the way that I would want it to work. I would not want my game to work counterintuitively where you're doing some weird gymnastics of, oh no, I don't want to draft the solarium because that actually hurts my chances to draft a bookshop in the library. I want these things to work together. So I can say, hey, I'm giving myself as much chance as possible between the solarium and 5 dice. I'm going to have as many chances as a bookshop as I can. I think that's what I want to say. And I'll pass on getting this last room in our east wing, even though that could make us draft a jackhammer if we were to get a workshop there. But that's a lot of ifs. We'd have to get a workshop offered. We'd have to get a battery in the workshop to make a jackhammer. And then we'd have to get some dice from our dig spots that we haven't dug up yet. So I'm gonna go with the not overcomplicated way of looking at how blueprints should work, and I'm just gonna take the solarium. I'm just going to take it, and since we're not making we know we're not making a jackhammer, we can just dig up this dig site, get ourselves some steps that we don't need. I kind of wanted coins, but it's fine. It's fine. We definitely now take the axe. I just don't know what room we're using this on yet. But I don't use the Knight's Shield. Do I take the Morning Star instead of a Moon Pendant? I think I want the Moon Pendant. So we can always come back here. We have 125 steps. We can always come back to the armory if we manage to get our hands on enough coins where we can get both the Moon Pendant and the Morning Star. What room would we use the axe on, though? The axe could be used on the cloister. That would be one. Cloister would be an okay candidate. Trying to keep an eye out for coins here as we're going. That I was not looking for the previous time that I was coming through here. Coins could be in the showroom. This darn math stuff, though. What? This last set of, this last symbol here with the sine wave tennis balls. What the heck? I'll figure it out at some point and I'll be like, oh, I was being such a dummy. At some point, it'll make sense. What time is it, actually? I just remembered. This is something we want to check in now every so often. It's only 6:40 at the moment. Okay, so we're going to draft the libraries, right? That's the only thing left to do. We're going to draft the libraries. I don't think we need to worry about picking an axe. I can overthink that decision at the end of our draft before we sign off. But I can pick up the coins, though, hopefully, that are in these. There we go. Give me as many coins as you can give me. I want coins in my pockets. Not old shoes in my pockets. There was a dig site in the aquarium. And there's those dig sites in the courtyard. The courtyards that are above here. So let's do the dig sites here. Get whatever we can. And... oh, did I passed over the ones that were actually... No, I've dug these already. I dug these already. Dang it. All right. Steps wasted. Run is over. Reroll. Time to head back around, though. Time to head back around to the front of the house. Oh, well, okay. Since we're going outside, we can take a peek near the West Bridge, can't we? Because actually, maybe it makes more sense that the bridge that goes to the outer room is what's being talked about in this clue. Buried beside West Bridge. I had in my head that, oh, we've got to go outside with the garage and that little plank that gets set down when you actually open the garage door that lets you go down to the outer room. That's what I was thinking of for a bridge. That's not really a bridge, though, is it? Like, yeah, I guess it kind of is a bridge, but a actual proper bridge is this thing. This is a bridge, isn't it? And so if there is something, you've got to be kidding me. It was right here this whole time. I would never think to look there, though, until I got the proper information. Low-case clues. Low-case clues. Oh, shit, it is not a floor plan. It's a microchip. Whoa. Whoa. Well, that's a curveball. We just picked up a microchip. Shit. I was kind of hoping it was going to be our last floor plan. Well, I mean, that's good. We want another microchip. It's the only microchip that we've ever been able to find outside of the grotto. Could there be anything else buried around here? Wow. Buried beside the West Bridge was a microchip. There's nothing to go into the schoolhouse for, so we might as well go to the grotto. But we only have 2 microchips, so it's not... We need 3 of these things. So we can't... I don't think we're going to be able to do anything right this second. That is... It's a discovery, though. And I'm hyped. But like a lot of moments in this game, you get one hype discovery and then you realize, I'm not there yet. Yeah, that's what I thought it would do, which is just light up this second circle that doesn't open the door, because I need to light all 3 of them. I need to light all 3. I need to light all 3. These O's could be D-O-O-R. I think we might be starting to put this together. This needs to be something we do either next time or in my next notes review. We need to start putting that note together with the info that we've got now from Castle, next to the chess game, or the chess puzzle. We've also got CXET from the cloister. We've got door from the secret passage. We've got 6 or O from the locker room. And we've got IIOO from the grotto. We've got all sorts of things there. Okay, hold on. We can also take these microchips and we can go put them in the sundial. But once again, we've only got 2 of them. So what does it matter? But at least we now know where 2 of them are. So we just need a 3rd. Just need to get our hands on a 3rd, that's it. Just need a 3rd. But we'll try it anyways, because you never know. Maybe, who knows? Maybe by putting 2 microchips in the frickin' sundial, that somehow gets you a 3rd microchip. You don't know until you try. But by all bets are on the fact that this does nothing. Because you need 3 of them. You need 3 things in order for this to work. I'm going to leave these here, but I think they're going to reset. At the end of the day, these should reset. But I'm going to leave them here. I just don't want them in my inventory if I do go back to buy. If I manage to get 20 more coins, which may not happen here. Oh, I just realized. Oh my god. I am such a dummy. I am such a dummy. If I don't have 7 more coins, I am not going to have the ability to buy the last book. If I do all this work to get a bookshop and I've so taken for granted that I'm just gonna have infinite coins on every day now. I should not have bought that axe yet. Shit. Now there's still gold that's spread throughout the house, I think, but I'm also not sure now. And now I need to maybe, we have 2 rooms left to draft. I could draft some coins. Did I dig up the conservatory? I don't think I did. Pebbles. Was there a second dig site here? There was. Not coins. I need 7 more coins, I think, if I'm going to afford... That's if we even get a bookshop. Like, we might not even get a bookshop. But we'll see. I've got 5 dice. Let's draft our libraries and see what happens. I don't think there's anything else for me to do yet. It's not 1:30. It's not even close to 1:30, so I don't have to worry about that yet either. Let's just see what we get. A vestibule, huh? It's a new room that I want to check out, but not now. I don't think the vestibule is going to have 10 coins in it. So we re-roll, correct? We re-roll here. This is where we are going for a bookshop. But I also need coins, and I might be the silliest person ever to play this game of Blue Prince because I just spent 30 coins like a dingus in the armory. It's a good thing I didn't buy that shield or that mace. Holy crap. I hope I have enough coins left to do this if we get a bookshop. I'm gonna look like... I'm gonna feel like such a fool. Okay. We'll take a treasure trove. Because we know that we'll have enough coins. And we still have a second library to spend the rest of our dice. Problem solved. That's what I was hoping for. I just couldn't remember off the top of my head what room I would be looking for to give me a bunch of coins. Of course, there's the vault. The vault is one of them. But I keep forgetting about the treasure trove, which is now basically better than a vault. Are we gonna end up with... We're gonna end up with more coins than we would get from the vault, right? 50 coins is now what we're up to with the treasure trove. My God. That's why I usually expect us to be on infinite coins. Because of stuff like the treasure trove. All right, let's spend another key here. And see what amazing information we can get. All boxes marked by the sun contain memos that are true. I still feel like this is just giving us information for the reservoir treasure chest sanctum key, which we already have. So I'm gonna keep screenshotting these, but I don't think these are actually useful to us at this point. Okay, all right, I'm at least bailed out of my silly gold spending habits. And we've found a second microchip. What the hell? This game is nuts, man. This game is nuts. Okay, see, I'm getting dormitory, walk-in closet, and observatory. These are not rare rooms. These are like common and standard. So it's stuff like this that leads me to believe my overcomplicated thing with the solarium. That I've actually done myself, that I've shot myself in the foot by taking a solarium. But it's one draw. So I can't jump to conclusions just yet. All I know is that I'm not settling for these. We're redrawing. I saw 2 yellow rooms there and I got excited. Okay, bunk room and laundry room are both unusual, right? Laundry room might even be rare. So that lends credence to, hey, solarium's helping. But it's not helping enough because none of these are a bookshop. These are not a bookshop. God damn it. Where is my bookshop at? It is a vault and a study, though, so I think the solarium is helping. Dang it, that was another yellow room, and I'm like, shit. The mail room I'd want to take, but I have one more die. This is what we're here for. We want to go for the bookshop. What ritual must I go through here? What can we do to appease the RNG gods? What can we possibly do? I don't even know. I don't even know at this point. There's some probably secret Ajiran phrase. Ovin Neverai. The magic words were Ovin Neverai. Ovin Neverai doesn't... It actually means, hey, give me a bookshop, please. Oh my God, if I had only known, dude, how long it was going to take me to get back to this place. If I had only known. Oh man, oh man, oh man. What changes, what different choices I could have made on that one day, whenever it was long ago, when we basically bought out the entire bookshop. But we didn't get it all. We did not get it all. Is there anything new to find in this new clue? Was there something in this sketch that I missed before? Man, a new clue. This book here. When you think about, I wonder how long did the game designers or designer, how long did it take them to put together a new clue? Okay, all right, I don't think there is anything else for us to do in the bookshop. But who knows? Who knows what stuff I may have overlooked. But I do know that we want to we want to request Realm and Rune. That's the thing we better make sure happens. Don't leave the library before you do that shit. Okay, so Realm and Rune has been requested. I might even, just to make sure of it, I'm also trying to keep an eye out for the nearest clock. Okay, we're still a ways from 1:30. But I think I'll also go into this library and double check to make sure. Okay, all right. It shares the book request forms. So Realm and Rune is in fact being requested no matter what. So that oh my God. What a successful draft. Thank goodness I did not come up short on coins. There may have been 7 more coins strewn around the house somewhere that but if I did not find them, if they were not in fact there, we could have run payroll with the office. I wasn't screwed. It's a good, if I had not got the treasure trove, the servants' quarters could have saved us. I wasn't thinking about that. Okay, so we were fine no matter what. But goddamn, we got our hands on a second microchip. We need 3 though. What are we going to do about that? Is there any other... Here's what I'm going to do. Okay, what we're going to do here now, there's a couple other things that we want to take care of. One of them is the axe. And my axe! We want to make sure that the axe is taken care of. But we're going to ponder that while we wait in the clock tower. Because I also need to take another break because it takes me forever to draft this silly video game. But we're going to wait in the clock tower because hopefully this time, if there is anything that happens, there's probably nothing that happens. There's probably not a damn thing that actually happens at the stroke of 1:30. But if there is, I want to be here. Look at, there's coins here. That was like 5 coins. We do want to go back and buy a moon pendant and perhaps a morning star. So there are a couple other things of housekeeping that I want to take care of, but I'm going to at least, I don't know if I'm going to wait all the way till 1:30. We'll see how it goes here. But I'm going to ponder what room I want to use the axe on, at the very least. I want to ponder what room is going to get the benefit of the axe, and is there anything else that we need to take care of before we sign off today? I think that's all I can think of. The armory for the morning star, the showroom for the moon pendant, and then we have the axe that we need to use. And I think I'm either going to use it on the showroom itself or maybe the observatory. So, and we still have plenty of time here before the clock comes around to 1:30. So let's head over in that direction. My deliberation on the axe, as I was thinking about it here, the showroom feels like the most likely candidate to use it on, because now that the showroom is standard, it kind of feels like we're drafting it every single draft, and that's 2 gems that we're saving pretty much every single time. So I feel like that's what I want to do. I don't want to go back to the patio though. I want to head down in this direction. But the other argument you could make would be, I think, for the observatory, because the observatory, we now have 2 of those in our draft pool. And so that's also probably about the same amount. Oh, there's a gem over here. That's probably about the same amount of savings if we were to make the observatory free. Having 2 of those in our draft pool probably gets you about the same amount of savings as you would by making 1 showroom free. But I sometimes don't want to draft the observatory because the effects in it might be helpful or they might not be. Some days I want Draxus the Dead, sometimes not. Sometimes I want Southern Cross, sometimes not. I might be thinking too much about the observatory in that regard. It might just be a room that's good no matter what, because you don't have to take the Southern Cross, you don't have to take Draxus the Dead, and you get so many constellations now that even if you don't take those, you're still getting Florealis or Diamondus Major. But I think I like the idea of making a free showroom. bringing down the cost of those luxury goods, putting them a little bit more into the everyman category, you know? I think I like the sound of that. So why don't we do that while we're here, actually in the showroom? Why don't we axe it? Let's do it. I think this is the, and it's nice that the axe is a repeatable item. It's not a one-time only. So we can keep getting this and we can keep axing. Love that sound. We can keep axing some fools. You know what I'm saying? It would be kind of funny if you could just use the axe to like break the glass, shatter the glass, and run off with all of the goods from the showroom. All right, moon pendant. And I will also take a morning star if we're heading in that direction. We got plenty of steps. It's so nice to have so many steps, and it's also so sneaky that they were hiding this behind the secret passage door. This is one of those things that I should know from playing so many mislikes. I should know rule number 1. Well, rule number whatever. It's in the rule book. Whether it's 1 or not, you need to look behind the doors. It's just that you can't close the doors. Blueprints doesn't let you close the doors. And so that normal instinct of, hey, I better close this door and check behind it because who knows what's there. I don't have that in this game like I should. All right, we're going to get an extra star with the morning star. And yeah, that I think that wraps up everything. There's no break room and no other tomorrow rooms that we would want to call it in. We know now that calling it a day in certain bedrooms has an effect based on her ladyship's diary, but the servants' quarters, which was one of them, I think it cuts your steps in half to start the day, but you do get an extra die. Is that worth it? We had to go through every last one of our dice today to get the bookshop. So today it was worth it to have additional dice, but I don't know if I want to lose 35 steps just to get an extra die. On an average draft day, at least. So maybe we might call it a day in the spare master bedroom to see if that has the same effect as a master bedroom, the same secret effect, which we know now from checking notes again here from her ladyship's chamber, her ladyship's diary, but the effects from the master bedroom was I awoke feeling very refreshed with more energy and more steps than normal. So it doesn't say exactly how many steps, but maybe it's similar to a sauna. Something in that neighborhood. Who knows? But for now, we will head back to the clock tower and we're just going to wait. I think I'm just going to wait and whittle away the time because there's really nothing else I want to do today besides... I do want to see if anything happens when we get to 1:30, and we can at least, you know, find out. And if something doesn't happen, you know, we'll go from there, but we at least need to do the initial due diligence of being patient. All right, the countdown is almost complete. I've been timing out things on my stopwatch here to see like roughly how much in-game time passes per actual time. It seems like it's going to be around somewhere a little over 6 minutes, 6.5 minutes for an hour to pass, something along those lines. I started the stopwatch at 12:30, and so it's at 6 minutes right now. Yeah, somewhere around there is where we're going to end up, but we're closing in on it. Is something actually going to happen here when we reach the sacred hour, or is there more that I need to do? My question will be answered in just a moment, in just a very brief moment here. 6.5 minutes. The tension is palpable. I can hardly wait to see what's gonna happen. I have a feeling nothing's gonna happen. And I will have waited all this time, this extra time, for no particular reason. But we must try. This is the thing we must do when we're playing Blueprints. Some of the things that we must do. It looks like it's actually going to be right almost at 7 minutes exactly. Just a little bit over 7 minutes. Okay, 1:30. Sacred hour. Shit. Nothing happened! No! I was like, there's gonna be like sirens and bells and whistles and all sorts of stuff that starts happening to celebrate the fact that we've reached the sacred hour. Nothing. Nothing. There's gotta be something. 1:30 is clearly important, right? And like, we're looking at these clock faces backwards, right? It's a backwards clock face because you can see it from the outside the right way around. So this is the correct time. This is the sacred hour that we just reached, is it not? Now, of course, I've also seen that the sacred hour is like inscribed on the floor. It's on the floor of this place. There's no way that there's like a dig spot here, is there? There's no way. There's no way there's a fucking dig spot. I just had this random idea because we've already had a dig spot where the sacred hour, there's not a dig spot here, but would there possibly be, I guess, you know, it wouldn't really make sense that there would be a dig spot, would it? If you're gonna go through the floor in this place, you need something more than a shovel. You kind of need a power hammer, don't you? Is there ever a world where we're supposed to bring a power hammer to the clock tower? And that's what the sacred hour is. It's not even, don't come here at 1:30, just break the floor. Because the floor has 1:30 on it. I'm starting to think some wild thoughts, guys. And maybe some of them are on the right trail. But more than likely, we are off in left field. Either way, we're moving on from the clock tower for now because I don't know what else to do. I still don't know exactly what to do to make sense of this node. However, we do have our hands now on Realm and Rune, and that is going to be on the agenda for next time. Realm and Rune is going to be on the docket for the next time we visit the library, which will hopefully be next episode, tomorrow. And I can't think of anything else that we have left to do today except just to ponder all of the, once again, we're playing Blueprints here, and so many drafts feel like this, but it's yet another day where it just feels so amazing to have made the discoveries that we have made. We are going to end the day here in the spare master bedroom just to see, who knows, maybe it acts like the regular master bedroom. And just like Lady Epson's diary, we will get a bunch of extra rest and have some extra steps tomorrow. But I think that's it. We got our moon pendant in the bag. Everything else has been done. We did get an additional star. Star and allowance totals are almost in alignment once again. And that's where we will call it a day for this. We will wrap up this installment of Blueprints. It has been a fun one. Thank you all for hanging out with me through all the trials and tribulations of a successful schoolhouse draft. Now, whether or not it was fully successful remains to be seen, because in addition to Realm and Rune, we're going to have to get the results back from our final exam. The no warning, hey, dude, here you go. You had got half an hour. I hope you studied. We sort of studied for it. We kind of studied. I think we did okay, but I'm nervous. We'll get the results back on our final exam. We got our hands on another microchip because we did finally decipher lowercase clues, but we still need a third microchip. Where are we going to get that last microchip, and where are we going to get our last floor plan? We are starting to put together, we found a new thing in the secret passage, and now we've got a lot more information to start putting together the castle 6-row, 3-column word puzzle. How is that all going to work out? Oh my God. But man, I'm so excited to be solving some sigil related stuff next time. We've got Realm and Rune. I want to delve into that. That to me is like the main event. Get my hands on that, and we start going to town with unlocking some Sanctum doors, because maybe there's just some microchips behind Sanctum doors, and maybe there's floor plans behind Sanctum doors. Maybe all the cares in the world will be put aside when the Sanctum doors are open after solving sigil puzzles. Tune in next time to find out. Thank y'all very much for joining me, and I hope to see you in the next one.